Welcome back to another edition of this Arcane Magic Guide for Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2. I'm excited to be at level 7 spells. Took a while to research this video and really put a lot of work into going into all the details of the spells at level 7. By this point in the Arcane book, we're getting into very high level, late game spell mechanics. And so there's just a lot more detail to talk about with these spells, but this is where the game's rule set and playing this game gets really fun, just because of all the complexity, the way that the spell book builds on itself, and all the different interactions between spells that you have by the time you get to level 7. So I'm excited to go through this. As a reminder, I'm going to be talking about these spells from the perspective of playing the base game, and from a power gaming, non-role-playing perspective. I will focus on the base game, but I'm going to comment a lot on SCS. Personally, I play SCS, and I play with SCS. I tend to like to play solo, so I have played party play before, but my commentary is probably going to be biased by the fact that I do mostly solo runs, although I will be talking about these spells from a party perspective oftentimes. I think that's the whole intro. Base game, but we'll talk about SCS and thinking about things from a mathematical, rule-based, analytical, power gaming perspective. Now, I'd like to take a second. We're now at the point in the spell book where we've gone through enough of these videos and enough spells that I can sort of make some commentary on the themes of what the different spell levels are or how I think about them. Something that will play into this is the fact that I've been ranking these spells, each of them from 1 to 10, with a spell with a rating of 1 being one of the few worst spells in the game, and a spell that is ranked 10 being one of the few game-changing or game-breaking type spells that represents a huge power spike when you get it. So far, we had 2 rated 10 spells, I think, in the entire series. That would be Stone Skin and Improved Haste at level 4 and level 6. Will we have one in level 7? TBD. But through these ratings and just going back through all of the different videos, I think the Arcane spell levels sort of break down like the following by the time you get to very high level spell casting, which we're now at with levels 7, 8, and 9. Level 1 is like, can you find anything in here that still has any relevance through the saga and is not just, a starter spell that was helpful in early BG1 and is completely irrelevant. Level 2 is really about blur and mirror image by the time you get to higher levels. Those are the buffs that retain utility and you'll still be bothering with as a level 2 spell. Level 3 is just one of those amazing stacked spell levels that has a bunch of spells in it, like Remove Magic and Skull Trap being the main ones, that scale really well and are going to be part of your regular spell casting all the way through the saga. Level 3 is a super stacked spell level. Level 4, it's basically just about Stone Skin. A little bit improved in Invis, but level 4 is very much like level 2 where you have these couple buffs, but those dominate the level. Level 5 is sort of like level 3, very stacked spell level. You've got lots of different things that have utility and are very strong spells throughout the saga. Spell Shield, Sunfire, Spell Immunity, Breach. There's just quality spells all over the place in level 5, you're spoiled. Level 6, it's really about Improved Haste and then a grab bag of some other things that are situationally useful. Now we get to level 7. In level 7, I think the thing that characterizes the level is that this is the spell level that you have the most freedom in, simply because there's no one spell that's going to completely change the way you play the game and it's like an ultra powerful spell. There's no amazing damage spell that just makes you want to stock your spell book with many of that spell. And you have a bunch of different spells that are decent that do very different things. And so you can choose to play however you like to play. And there's a lot of stylistic choice in how you go about level 7. It's a real grab bag, where there's not like one or two spells that are unbelievable and then a big drop off to the rest of the spells in terms of quality. So I think that's going to make this a pretty fun level to go through. I'm not going to have too many strong opinions. Like, this is sort of one of those, you do you, play the game how you like sort of levels where it's hard to go wrong because there's just, a large number of pretty good spells. And that's cool. So with that intro, I will get into going through each of the spells in alphabetical order like we always do. And the last thing I'll add here before we get into that is just, this is going to be a long video. Bear with here. I did a lot of research on all these spells. They do get quite complicated by the time we get this far into the spell book. I myself, I've been playing this game for 10, 15, 20 years now, I guess, 20 years. And I still found out things that I didn't know as I was going through and really deep diving into the spells in this level. So I want to get that all out there. This is not going to be short. If you want a YouTube short or you have a 1 minute attention span, then it's going to take you a year to watch this in 1 minute increments, or you just give up now. But for those of you who like to go deep into the rule set and get a complete view of these spells, stick around and let's go through. So first spell in level 7 is Cacofiend. Cacofiend is a conjuration/summoning spell. It has a cast time of 9. The AoE is special because it's a summons, no save, given it's a summoning spell. When this spell is cast, it teleports in a powerful fiend that will go on a rampage and attack everything in sight. Anyone under the effects of a protection from evil spell or scroll will not be targeted by the fiend. This is a dangerous spell to invoke, best saved for desperate times. Okay, so we get to level 7 in the Arcane book, and we have the first demon summoning spell of the game. This is the first in a series of spells in which the caster can summon a demon to the battlefield. And the distinction between these demon summoning spells and all other summon spells is that the demons summoned come in hostile and are unable to be controlled by you as the player. So that's why the description says it's a dangerous spell to invoke. You're going to summon a demon into the battlefield, and the demon is going to have a red circle. It's going to be hostile, and it's going to start attacking things based on whatever's closest to the demon. That could include your party. We'll get into that in more detail in a little bit. Or if you play this right, if you do it correctly, it's gonna mostly include your enemies. But you don't get to control this summons. The next thing to highlight about this spell, or what's new about the demon summoning spells, is that this is the first summons in the Arcane book that will be immune to Death Fog and Death Spell. We talked about those spells at level 6. Those spells insta-kill any summons in the AoE, goes straight through MR, no save, insta-kill any summons that's not a Planetar, a Deva, or a Demon. And so this is the first one. This is the first summons that's a demon, so in that category. This is a big deal because as you get to mid to late SOA, enemy mages in the base game for sure, in SCS definitely, they are very quick to react to a ton of summons by using Death Fog or Death Spell, almost to the point that if you're fighting any high-level Arcane caster, there's sort of no point in summoning a bunch of summons before the battle. They're going to get immediately dispatched through Death Fog and Death Spell. But not so for the Cacofiend at level 7 here. So that's an important thing about this spell. This spell is a cast time of 9, which is the maximum possible. So normally I'd say that means you need to cast this before battle. However, since this summons in a hostile creature that you don't control, and it only has a duration of 15 rounds, you really do need to cast this in the midst of battle. Otherwise, the demon is just going to come in and attack your party. So the goal of this spell is that you're trying to drop it on top of your enemies during a fight, even though it has a long cast time. Now, how do you use this to maximum effect? Well, the spell description gives you a hint. You need to use a protection from evil spell or scroll. Doesn't matter whether it's from the Arcane book or the Divine book, or whether it's from an item such as the passive protection from evil that you get from Staff of the Magi. But you need to have that up on your party. Otherwise, the demon is equally likely to attack your party as it is enemies that the demon sees. I think the demon generally prioritizes targets just like any other AI. It seems to attack whatever creature is nearest to it. But eventually that's probably going to include one of your party members. So ideally, you're always having protection from evil up on your entire party when you drop this into the battlefield. Of course, you can always be dispelled. The protection from evil spell could run out while this thing is still summoned to the battlefield. So that's why this spell is a bit risky, especially because the summons here is actually quite powerful offensively, as I'll get into. So that's just going to limit the utility of this spell. If you're trying to play limited or no reload runs, I've been trying to do no reload runs exclusively, then it's always difficult to summon anything to the battlefield that has even a small chance of killing you. And this demon definitely can kill you the second that your protection from evil wears off. So it's a bit easier to control than the spell description would have you believe, like it's a dangerous spell that you only use in desperate times, but there is some risk here. Another important point about this summon spell, and this derives from the fact that it's the demon is coming in with a red circle. You're not going to get XP for anything that the demon kills, right? The Basu that you summon here is going to be treated by the game as any other hostile creature, and so if it kills an enemy on the battlefield, you don't get the XP. It's not like it gets rid of their items or anything, but you won't get the XP. And to me, that's one of the main drawbacks of this spell. Like, it'd be hard to make Cacofiend part of my core strategy for fighting with a mage, because then you're never going to level. That is a real drawback. So what do we get here? It's a Nubasu, as I mentioned. I'll go through the stats. The creature has 76 hit points. It has those red wings and claws that you're used to seeing when you fight these things in like hell in the planar sphere or any time else you fight demons. A base AC of -5, so very low AC. A base Thaco of 13, but 19 strength, so this thing's going to hit pretty well. It's going to hit decently well. For some reason, the Nubasu has 25 charisma. Just looking at it, it's hideous, but I guess like Lucifer or the devil is like very tempting. So somehow it must be magically charming, but it's like a super charming evil demon that doesn't talk. Low teen saves on this thing, 50% MR, which is pretty nice, but no other resistances. And the demon does have 3 APR. And it also has a few nasty innate abilities. There doesn't seem to be much predictability to when it uses these innate abilities. It's the Nubasu seems to use them right upon being cast and then periodically thereafter, but it's not close to every round. The innate abilities are, there's Vampiric Touch as an innate ability. I don't know what level exactly it's that Vampiric Touch is going off at. Not something incredibly high. It seems to do something like 20 to 40 magic damage. And then the scarier one is that the Nubasu has an innate ability called Death Gaze that will paralyze and do a little bit of acid damage and fire damage to targets. There's a save versus paralyzation to avoid. I shouldn't say versus paralyzation. I'm not 100% sure of that. There's a save to avoid the paralyze effect. But this Death Gaze is instant cast, so there's no way to see it coming. And, the Death Gaze is a main reason why you need to have protection from evil up. You can definitely be in a situation where the second protection from evil wears off, the Nubasu focuses on you, sends out a Death Gaze, and immediately paralyzes you, and then you're just totally screwed. Of course, when it's used against enemies, it can be very powerful, but there's just no warning for when that death gaze is going to go off with the paralyze effect, and that makes it very dangerous. I guess the last thing I'll highlight about the stats here is that this is the first summons that has 3 APR. I think the highest level skeleton at level 5 has 2 APR. Let me just double check that. Yeah, the 9 HD skeleton has 2 APR. So that's the highest. That's sort of the best offensive summons before at level 5 animate dead, before you get to this demon at level 7. And this demon is a whole 50% step up from there, from 3 APR. This is very noticeable. With 19 strength and the 3 APR, the Nabasu is going to hit pretty hard. It's very noticeable how much more offensive firepower this thing has than like a skeleton. If you drop one of these Nabasu on top of any enemies that don't have a ton of resistances to physical damage, or aren't buffed up with stone skins, etc., the Nabasu is just going to shred them extremely quickly, which is very satisfying to watch. Like if you drop this thing on top of a bunch of orcs or orogs or something, the demon is just going to pulverize them and turn them into chunks really quick with those 3 APR and 19 strength attack. So this is the most powerful offensive summons in the game to this point. It's more powerful offensively than the skeletons at level 5. And that sort of makes sense. Like I like the way the game design is working here, right? Unlike the summon elemental spells, where you had all these disadvantages to get a summons that is weaker than animate dead, which just makes animate dead clearly superior. Here, you have disadvantages. It can turn against you. You're not getting XP. But on the other hand, this thing is pretty powerful offensively, and it's much more powerful than the most powerful skeleton offensively. So I like that. Like that means that there is some use case for this spell, and it can be pretty satisfying to cast. Defensively, the Cacofiend summons the Nabasu. It's not the strongest summons defensively, especially when compared to Mordenkainen swords, which is your other alternative quality summons in this level that we'll get to later, or even compared to the skeletons with their 90% MR and physical damage resistances. You do get 50% MR, but there's no physical damage resistances on this thing, no elemental resistances, and only 76 HP. The real reason that the Nabasu is going to end up surviving a lot is or for the full 15 round duration a lot of the time, is the fact that because it's a hostile creature, this thing just messes with the enemy AI. Maybe in SCS, the AI is slightly better at dealing with it, but in the base game, enemies will continue to try to attack you and your party and not notice that there's this demon in the middle of the battlefield completely destroying them, because I think the game AI just recognizes the demon as another hostile creature in the battlefield, and not one that the other red circled creatures necessarily want to focus down. So most of the time, unless there's a ton of AoE damage going around from high level arcane casters on the battlefield, the demon is probably going to end up lasting for the full 15 rounds. And exactly how destructive it is just depends on what type of protections against physical damage the enemies that are on the battlefield have. So that's just another soft factor that sort of increases the quality of this summons. The fact that the game AI struggles to target it down. Overall, this is a pretty cool spell. I probably underuse it. I talked already about how level 7 is like a grab bag of different things. I could definitely see if you have a priest that can easily throw up protection from evil 10-foot radius, I could definitely see throwing this spell out as a last-ditch attempt to turn a fight around if a lot of your party has been wiped. This is a powerful summons, and it's a pretty cool spell. I can't rate this spell too highly simply because by the time you get to TOB and you're facing Planetars and Ball Spawn, those types of enemies are going to be able to kill the demon with AoE or physical damage, or they're just not going to be harmed by it because of their own protections against physical damage. So this spell, by the time you get access to Planetars at level 9, you're not really going to be thinking about summoning the Nibasu as the most powerful summons that you can bring to the fight. So there's sort of a window in mid to late SOA where this thing has utility, and then it really tails off in TOB. And the fact that you don't get XP for the enemies that it kills, and that there's a chance that it can come back and attack you, I think does mean that this is at best, it's a cool spell, but it's at best a situational type spell. And I'll rate it a 4 out of 10. Next up, Control Undead. Control Undead is a necromancy spell, a duration of 6 rounds plus 1 round per level, a cast time of 7. AoE, that very small 4-foot radius that applied to hold person and hold undead. The Control Undead spell allows the caster to take control of undead creatures within the area of effect. This creates a telepathic link between the caster and the undead, allowing complete control. If the undead have 3 hit dice or less, then there is no saving throw allowed. However, if they have 4 hit dice or more, a save or spell is allowed to negate the effect. The undead remain under the control of the caster for the duration of the spell or until they are affected by a dispel magic. Hoo boy, okay. Here is a pretty trash spell. I'll try to talk through why. So it's a charm spell for undead with a duration of 6 rounds plus 1 round per level, capping out at level 20. And even though there's this tiny AoE, the spell does still need to be targeted against an individual enemy. So you're going to be very lucky if you ever cast 2 creatures inside this radius. The undead would have to be pretty much right next to each other to ever cast more than 1 in the AoE. Of course, evil clerics with Turn Undead get this as a passive ability. I think that's sort of suggesting the strength of this spell. The fact that if you're an evil cleric, you can control undead as a passive ability that doesn't use your spell book at all. Also, the passive Turn Undead ability does not check against magic resistance, whereas this spell, sort of previewing why this spell sucks among the many reasons, this spell does have to get through MR. It does not go through magic resistance, and on top of that, there's a save. Don't let the spell description fool you that it's somehow powerful, that the spell is automatic and no save against undead with 3 hit dice or less. That's a level 3 or below undead creature. I think the only undead in the game that are level 3 and below are like BG1 type regular skeletons or zombies, which by the time you get this as a level 7 spell, you're well into BG2. Like you can just easily kill those enemies in 1 hit, and the concept of wanting to like recruit them to your party by casting this is just absurd. So it's sort of like ridiculous and offensive that there's no save if 3 hit dice or less. Like at level 6, we had Death Spell, which kills, I think, level 8 enemies and below, just straight up kills them, any type of enemy, with no save. Now we're at level 7 and we have an undead specific spell that it's just a spell to charm the undead, not instantaneously kill it, and the no save caps at 3 hit dice. It's sort of ridiculous for a level 7 spell, very weak. So this 3 hit dice thing is completely irrelevant. Just ignore it. At the end of the day, that leaves us with a charm spell that can only be used against undead with a tiny radius, that's a save versus spell with no bonus to negate, and does not ignore MR. Undead, of course, of all the classes of creatures in the game, undead tend all to have MR of varying degrees, and also they tend to have really, really low saves. So anything that's specific to undead and does not ignore MR and has a save against it is like almost, it's almost useless, right? It's like, okay, this spell only works against undead, i.e. it only works against a class of enemy that's like uniquely resistant to it. I'll give some examples. A Greater Mummy, it only has 15% MR, but all of its saves are a 1. So you're going to have to like first hit the Greater Mummy with a Greater Malison to even have like a 1 in 5 or 1 in 4 chance of controlling it with this spell. Skeleton Warriors have 60% MR and mid-single digit saves, so good luck there. And Liches, as another example, have a save versus spell of 1. So just the amount of debuffing that you would have to do to then charm have even a minority chance of charming any undead with this spell that you'd really want to charm is crazy. You're best off just killing the undead. At the end of the day, this is just a bad spell. I never take it. Nobody should take it. There's really only 2 conceivable ratings here. It's either a 2 out of 10 as a bad spell, or it's 1 out of 10 as one of the few worst spells in the game. And at the end of the day, I chose 1 out of 10 simply because this is a level 7 spell. If this spell was at level 3, it would still not be a good spell. If this was at level 2, it still would not be a good spell, even at level 2. Maybe there's some argument for it at level 2, just because there's not that much else that's good at that level. This is just a garbage spell. You can compare it to Domination at level 5. Domination is a charm spell that works against many more types of enemies, and it has a -2 saves penalty. So Domination at level 5 is clearly better than this spell at level 7. There's just no reason to ever take this, and I'll rate it a 1 out of 10. By the way, there's some fireworks going off for 4th of July. I'm not sure if that comes through on the mic. But speaking of fireworks, the next spell here is Delayed Blast Fireball. It's not actually the 4th today. It's July 1st, but people are getting going with their fireworks apparently. Delayed Blast Fireball. This spell creates a fireball that hovers at a point determined by the caster. The fireball will stay in position until someone walks too close to it. At that point, it will explode, dealing 15d6 points of damage. Victims are allowed a saving throw versus spell for half damage, and this has a cast time of 7, and it's an evocation spell. The AoE is an 11-foot radius. That's a smaller AoE than regular fireball. Regular fireball at level 3 has a 15-foot radius. This is the slightly smaller radius that applies to things like Skull Trap. Skull Trap also has an 11-foot radius. Okay, this is an AoE damage spell. There's not that much to say about it. It's a fireball, except it has the same mechanics as a Skull Trap, where you can cast it and it'll hover in place until, if there are no enemies within the trigger radius to begin with, then the spell will hover in place and wait for one to arrive. This spell really annoys me. I don't like it at all. I think the game is trying to trick you into thinking that this must be good because you get it only at level 7. In fact, this is just marginally better than the fireball spell that you get at level 3, and it's just a waste of a high level spell slot to be trying to add more fire damage that's still capped at 15d6. So I'll go through. I guess the main reason that this spell I think is underwhelming is it's worse than level 3 Skull Trap in every way, and we're all the way up here at level 7. You know, this does fire damage, and many enemies are going to be resistant or completely immune to fire damage, especially as you get late in the saga. It caps at 15d6 damage instead of 20d6. By the way, Sunfire you get at level 5. It has a much quicker cast time, and it also does 15d6 damage with a save versus spell for half. So you're getting a spell at level 5 that is, I think, significantly better than this spell. Shorter cast time. It has the fastest detonation mechanic in the game, as I talked about when I went through Sunfire, and it's doing the same amount of damage, and you're getting it 2 spell levels sooner. So, you know, this spell is inferior to, at minimum, it's inferior to a damage spell at level 5 and a damage spell at level 3. And, you know, by the time you get to the very next level, you're going to get Incendiary Cloud, which is significantly better at level 8, like way better than Delayed Blast Fireball. So it's like you just have so many options for fire damage. But if you love using fire damage, if it's just your thing, then you would just wait one level and take Incendiary Cloud, which is much superior. You would end up taking Fireballs at level 3, Sunfire at level 5, and Incendiary Cloud at level 8, and then you would at least have 3 pretty quality spells, and you'd have more fire damage than you ever know what to do with. You know, getting another AoE spell that does 15d6 save versus spell for half with a much longer cast time, it just adds pretty much nothing to the Arcane arsenal. So I never end up taking this spell. I guess the main use case is that you're like an illusionist, so you don't have access to Skull Trap, and you really want to deal damage as an illusionist. You can use this because it's not a necromancy spell, but even then, it still sucks. By the time you get to level 7, like, you want to be taking spells that are going to compound your power by introducing new game mechanics, or, you know, are doing high amounts of magic damage or other types of damage that's not commonly resisted. You don't need another spell that does 15d6 fire with save or spell for half. And there are other options for offensive spells at this level that are far superior, I think. We'll get into them. Prismatic Spray, Mordenkainen, Sphere of Chaos, like even Cacofiend, which we already talked about. Those are all much better offensive spells than this one. So I'll rate Delayed Blast Fireball a 2 out of 10. I just think there's sort of no place for it, considering how many different fire damage options you have, and this is the worst one at high levels. So 2 out of 10 for Delayed Blast Fireball. Next spell, Finger of Death. Finger of Death is a necromancy spell. It has a cast time of 5, AoE of 1 creature, a saving throw negates. The Finger of Death spell snuffs out the victim's life force. The caster points her finger at the victim after the incantation is complete, effectively ripping the life out of its body unless a save versus spell is made with a -2 penalty. A creature that successfully saves still receives 2d1 points of damage. Okay, so we've been talking about single target save to negate debuffs for the entire spell book. It's a common type of spell. And now we finally arrived at the big bad single target save or die spell, Finger of Death. At level 6, we had the first save or die spells in the game, Disintegrate and Flesh to Stone. But Finger of Death makes a couple improvements over those level 6 versions. First, now there's a -2 saves penalty. And second, this is a big one. This spell will not destroy items. It just kills enemies the regular way. You'll see a puff of blood, and the enemy's spirit will rise out of his corpse. It's a pretty cool animation. And then third, you know, this is a small thing, but even if the enemy makes their save, they'll still take 2d8 plus 1 magic damage. So this is going to do a little bit of damage even if the enemy saves, and that's not bad. You feel like you didn't totally waste a spell casting round. You might interrupt a spellcaster or something to that effect. So, as you'd expect, given that this is one level higher, this spell does make some improvements over Disintegrate and Flesh to Stone. It's just a significantly better spell than either of those. Note, as a Necromancer, the -2 saves penalty turns into a -4, making this a pretty damn cool spell to use as a Necromancer. There's sort of a role-playing aspect to that as well, but you know, that's an extra -2 saves penalty is a 10% incremental chance of Finger of Death working, and it also means that you can get this spell to work against more enemies that have super low saves, especially if you add in a mouse and you're talking about a -8 saves penalty. So this is a cool thing to use with a Necromancer. There's two major drawbacks to the spell that aren't, you know, obvious on the face of the description. I mean, drawbacks besides the fact that if the enemy saves, they just take this little bit of damage. The first drawback is that a lot of the toughest enemies that you'd want to use this against are just immune to death magic innately, or through buffs. This is more true in SCS than the base game, but in both SCS and the base game, very high level enemies like Demogorgon, the Ball Spawn, all undead, are going to be completely immune to death magic. You can get a dragon with this. In SCS, even dragons will load a bunch of spell protections onto themselves. So although they're not generally totally, most dragons are not totally immune to Finger of Death. You know, you're going to have to do a whole lot of debuffing to ever kill a dragon with this spell in SCS. So, and of course, these are the types of enemies that have very low saves as well, right? Of course, the game works this way that the most powerful enemies that you would most want to try to use a level 7 spell to try to kill are going to have great saves. But, you know, a lot of enemies are just straight up immune to this. Second, because this is a single target spell, to have it work, you need to debuff all the target's spell protections, right? That's a major drawback versus AoE damage that will kill the enemy right through those spell protections. This is a much bigger deal in SCS. And overall, because of the level of pre-buffing in SCS and that many more enemies use many more spell protections on themselves in SCS, Finger of Death just becomes much worse with SCS. In the base game, it's significantly better. A few other comments here. The cast time of 5 is a pretty nice feature. You know, it means that you're casting it instantly with Vecna and AOP. I could see, you know, in Ascension where you're playing against enemies like a lot of the Ball Spawn that have 90% plus damage reduction. So it sort of doesn't matter what spell you hit them with. As far as damage spells, it doesn't matter whether you're doing 8d20 from a Horrid Wilting maxed out, or whether you're just doing this 2d8 plus 1 points of damage. You know, those fights with 90% plus damage resistant enemies in Ascension are all about how many times you can hit enemies with any type of damage that will actually damage them, of which magic damage is one of your best options. So there's actually like a use case here in Ascension to stock a bunch of Finger of Deaths and use them all inside of an Alacrity and at least get, you know, 5 or 6 points of damage onto a really, really tough enemy by casting this spell. To summarize here, in SCS, I would probably rate this a 3 to 4 out of 10 because of the amount of spell protections and immunity to death magic that you'll see. But in the base game, enemies have worse saves and fewer are immune to death magic. You can kill dragons and other high-level enemies with this, and on a Necromancer and with Greater Malison, it's especially fun. I still think the optimal strategy is to use AoE damage instead of worrying about stripping spell protections, but as far as single target debuffs or insta-kills go, it doesn't get much better than this spell. If you like RNG-based powerful effects, then go with it. It also helps that this comes at level 7, where, as I've been talking about, there isn't a clear winner offensive or damage spell that makes it, impossible to take this spell. If you had something like Skull Trap or Abidalzim's or anything approaching those spells at level 7, then it would be really hard to take a single target spell that's basically nullified upon a save. But that's not the state of the world. Level 7 is super stylistic, and if you enjoy putting up an Alacrity, throwing out a Malison, and then sending out 6 Finger of Deaths against all your enemies and watching those corpses fall, then that's a fine way to play, and this is definitely a quality spell. So I'll rate Finger of Death a 5 out of 10. Next spell is Khelben's Warding Whip, which is an abjuration spell. When this spell is cast, it dispels 1 spell protection of up to 8th level, affecting the target creature. Every round thereafter, till the duration of the spell expires, another spell protection will be removed from the target. The spells affected by Khelben's Warding Whip are Minor Spell Turning, Minor Globe of Invulnerability, Spell Immunity, Globe of Invulnerability, Minor Spell Deflection, Spell Turning, Spell Deflection, and Spell Shield. This will always remove the highest level spell protection affecting the target. If more than one same level of protection is active on the target simultaneously, one of them will be randomly chosen and dispelled. The target's magic resistance, if any, does not affect this spell. Okay, so this is an anti-spell protection spell in the Abjuration school. I should say it has a cast time of 7 and a duration of 3 rounds, with no save, as is always the case for anti-spell protection spells. This anti-spell protection spell has a unique dynamic that it will repeat round over round. There's no other anti-spell protection spell that works that way. The function of the spell itself, when it does go off, it's exactly the same as the anti-spell protection powers of Secret Word at level 4 or Pierce Magic at level 6. Of course, Pierce Magic always lowers MR. Pierce Magic is like a weaker, lower resistance plus a Secret Word. The point is that what Khelben's Warding Whip is doing every time it does go off is it is stripping away 1 spell protection of 8th level or lower. So that means everything except for Spell Trap. Now, I'm going to get back into the concept of spell protections and anti-spell protections when discussing Ruby Ray of Reversal, the other anti-spell protection spell at level 7. So, and that's sort of going to be a long discussion about spell protections and removing spell protections, which is the most complicated area of Magic. I think the most complicated rule set in Baldur's Gate is sort of debuffing enemy mages and how all the different spell protections interact with things like Dispel and Remove Magic and Breach and so forth. I'm going to talk more about that and sort of sum up thoughts on that all the way through level 7 when I talk about Ruby Ray of Reversal later in this level. So I'm not going to dwell here on sort of the big picture of what optimal strategy is for debuffing enemy mages with all your spells up through level 7. Instead, I'll focus just more on, what Khelben's Warding Whip does and what the use case is. So let's talk about how the whip works. First, how does it interact with Spell Shield? We talked about Spell Shield at level 5. Spell Shield will absorb and cancel out an anti-magic attack that is cast at the caster, and that includes Khelben's Warding Whip. So if the opponent that you cast this against has Spell Shield up, then the Spell Shield will absorb this spell and completely cancel it. So you're not going to get this dynamic that the whip is going to go off multiple times over 3 rounds if the enemy has Spell Shield up. The Spell Shield is just going to cancel the whip, and it's never going to do anything other than get rid of the Spell Shield. So for an enemy that has Spell Shield up, this level 7 spell is no better for getting rid of that Spell Shield than Spell Thrust at level 3 or a Secret Word, right? So generally speaking, you probably don't want to use the Warding Whip against an enemy that has Spell Shield up and waste your level 7 spell to get rid of the shield. This will not dispel Spell Trap, but it also will not be blocked by Spell Trap. There's simply no interaction, right? Because as the description says, this only dispels spell protections up to 8th level. But just to clarify, Spell Trap also does not absorb or block this. So if an enemy mage has Spell Trap up, the Warding Whip will ignore the Spell Trap and then look for the next lowest level spell protection that the enemy mage has up, and it'll eat away at that protection first. The spell description is correct that the whip will go in the direction of highest to lowest level spell protections. So for the most buffed up enemy mages, first this spell would deal with spell turning because that's a level 7 buff for protection, spell protection, and it's the highest spell level spell protection other than spell trap. Then afterwards, after the spell turning, the whip is going to turn to spell deflection and strip that away because that's level 6. And then last would be one of the level 5 spell protections, like spell immunity or I think Globe of Invulnerability. Oh, Globe of Invulnerability is a level 6 spell, right? So it would go spell turning, then spell deflection or the major globe, then spell immunity would be last. I always forget about, regular Globe of Invulnerability because frankly, mages just don't use it. Enemy mages just don't use it, and it's not a great spell. All right, back to the whip. The whip always removes 3 protections. One right away when it hits the enemy mage, then a second one 1 round later, and then a third and final one 1 round after that. So it takes a little bit longer than 2 rounds to go through all 3 removals. The animation of the spell protection removal bubble is a bit buggy, right? When you cast a anti-spell protection spell, the way that the game tells you that the spell went off is that it creates this little bubble. You get some dialogue in the chat, and the game creates this little bubble over the mage that you cast the anti-spell protection spell against. With the Warding Whip, you'll get one of those bubbles each of the 3 times that the whip goes off. But the animation of that bubble is a little bit buggy. Sometimes it'll look like the animation goes off many times in a row, usually at the last time that the whip procs, so the last of the 3 times. Now, if you're not paying attention to the other graphics that you're seeing or to the dialogue, the readout of the battle in text, then you might think that the whip worked way more than 3 times because you saw this bubble go off many times. But in my testing of this is just a bug, and no matter how many times you see the animation, only 3 protections are ever removed. So the underlying coding of what the whip is doing is always correct, even if you do see this graphic bug of the bubble going off many times. The other thing worth noting is that the check for what spell protection the whip is going to remove next is always as of the time of that removal, not at the beginning of the spell. So for example, if you get hit with the Warding Whip and you have spell turning up and then 2 spell immunities as well, and you want to protect both of your spell immunities and keep those up, you could spend the next 2 rounds while the whip is active on you, casting spell turning over again. And then at the end of the Warding Whip, the whip would have removed spell turning 3 times, but your spell immunities would be untouched. That's because the whip is always going to dispel the highest level protection first, and that check occurs each time the whip goes off. It does not occur for all 3 protection removals at the first time that the whip contacts you. Okay, I think that's all the nuances of how this works. So just getting to, how good this spell actually is, and sort of how to use it. Intuitively, without playtesting it, this seems like it would be pretty strong since, especially in SCS, enemy mages who tend to have 1 spell protection up tend to have multiple. right? It's rare that you're going to see an enemy mage that only has spell turning. Even more so in SCS, when mages love to put 4 or 5 different protections on themselves at once. So intuitively, this seems like it should be a strong spell. Why not save your spell slots and only stock 1 Warding Whip instead of 3 Secret Words, right? Or 3 Pierce Magics. I mean, that's sort of the calculus, since Warding Whip is doing 3 Secret Words worth of spell protection removals, or 3 Pierce Magics worth with 1 spell. In reality, though, when actually trying to put this spell into use, there are a couple problems. First, 2 to 3 rounds is actually a pretty long time when you're facing an enemy spellcaster. An enemy mage can easily get a time stop and an alacrity off and destroy a whole party if you need to wait for 2 to 3 whole rounds for the whip to work. Versus if you use improved alacrity yourself, you're in a very high level mage fight, you use improved alacrity yourself. If you cast multiple Pierce Magics or Secret Words inside the alacrity, they're going to go off in rapid succession, and you'll be able to debuff the enemy mage much more quickly than through the whip. So it's sort of hard. It's sort of hard with an enemy mage that's so powerful that it has multiple spell protections up to sort of cast this and then wait around for the 2 to 3 rounds for the protections to be eaten away by the whip. During that period, you could go into a time stop and get blown to pieces. Second, and I'll get much more into this later, I've sort of alluded to it throughout this guide, but I think that the clear way to kill enemy mages that have a lot of spell protections up is to focus on just debuffing their combat protections and then killing them with physical or AoE damage. You don't have to remove an enemy mage's spell protections unless you want to target that enemy mage with single target spells, and you don't need to do that necessarily. So for an enemy mage that's really 3 spell protections deep, like super protected by spell protections, then you're almost always going to be better off trying to use Remove Magic or Breach on that enemy and kill them with physical damage or AoE magic, rather than needing to use the whip and bother to remove all the spell protections. You don't have to play the game that the enemy mage wants you to play by systematically taking down all their spell protections, when you can just hit them with 1 or even 2 or 3 Remove Magics, strip away all their stone skins, protection from magical weapons, etc., and then just hack them up with physical damage. It doesn't matter if you're doing that, because because physical damage and Remove Magic don't interact with Spell Trap or any of these other spell protections except for spell immunity. You usually don't need to worry about getting rid of all of enemy mage's spell protections to kill them. The real use case I can see for the Warding Whip is if you're playing SCS and you're facing a mage that has spell immunity Abjuration up and also a spell turning or deflection spell. In that event, you need to get rid of the spell turning or deflection first before you can remove the spell immunity Abjuration in order to hit the mage with Remove Magic. And because the turning and deflection are higher level spell protections, they will eat the first Secret Word or Pierce Magic that flies in and protect the spell immunity Abjuration. So in that rare circumstance where you're facing an enemy mage with turning, deflection, and then the spell immunity Abjuration up, you will need 3 times spell protection removals or a spell strike, but you will need 3 spell protection removal spells to get at the mage through physical damage or AoE damage. So in that unique circumstance, the whip can be pretty useful. It's still not going to be as good though as using Alacrity and casting Secret Word 3 times, or having 3 mages in your party cast Secret Word, just because of the time it's going to take for the whip to do its job. In summary, in the base game, it's just really hard to justify taking this versus casting a couple versions of another anti-spell protection spell. you're not going to face that many mages that have 3 levels of spell protections, and when you do, you're probably not going to want to wait for 2 to 3 rounds for the whip to do its work. So this isn't a bad spell. It is giving you something more than Pierce Magic or Secret Word because of this 3 times because of the 3 activations. But I don't think it's so much better that it's going to get you away from Pierce Magic or Secret Word. At least in my spell book, I'm not moving away from Secret Words and Pierce Magics to take the whip instead. Rating wise, Secret Word I rated a 6 out of 10. Pierce Magic a 7 out of 10. This spell is not nearly as good as either of those, considering this is all the way up at level 7 and the various limitations of it that I talked about. Like Secret Word, you're at level 4 dispelling up to level 7 spell protections. That's a pretty good trade-off as far as power spell level or power of spell. Now we're up at level 7. It's not that exciting to use a level 7 spell to remove a level 7 or even a level 6 or 5 spell protection, right? So I think this just has to be rated lower than Secret Word or Pierce Magic. It's not as good as those spells. Ultimately, I went with a 4 out of 10 rating here, just because there's only a handful of good spell protection removal spells in the game. This is one of them. It's not a bad spell. It has a unique dynamic to it. It's in this grab bag level where there's not something clearly better. So I'll rate the Warding Whip a 4 out of 10. I tend not to use this spell much, relying instead on Pierce Magic and Secret Word, although I can see, stylistically, if you like having one spell slot that's going to get rid of 3 protections, then go for it. Use the whip. Next spell in level 7 is Limited Wish. Limited Wish is a conjuration, invocation/evocation spell. Evocation spell. It has a cast time of 9, and the limit. I'll just read the description. It's a summon spell, so there's no saving throw. The Limited Wish is a very potent but difficult spell. It will fulfill literally, but only partially for a limited duration, the utterance of the spellcaster. Thus, the actuality of the past, present, or future might be altered, but possibly only for the wizard unless the wording of the spell is most carefully stated. In some limited manner. That sounds so fancy, but that's true of every spell, I guess, if you read it literally, right? The actuality of the future might be altered in some limited manner. Okay, that describes every spell. The use of a limited wish will not substantially change major realities. The spell can, for example, restore some hit points lost by the wizard. Greedy desires usually end in disaster for the wisher. Lastly, the wiser the wizard, the better chance that she will choose the right wording. Wizards with low wisdom will more often than not meet with disaster when asking for a wish. Okay, so here we have the first of the 2 wish spells. This is a new game dynamic, a new spell mechanic. This is the first of the 2, Limited Wish here at level 7, and then there's full-fledged Wish at level 9. There's some big distinctions between these 2 spells. Some things are in common, but some big distinctions. First, both of these spells will summon a Djinn. The way it works is that the spell summons a Djinn to the wizard's side, and the Djinn will immediately engage the wizard in dialogue upon being summoned. And then from that point forward, you go through dialogue menus to select the option that you want to select, or the wish that you want to select. The Djinn, when summoned, is invulnerable, but will not be targeted by enemies. The Djinn comes in as a neutral creature, so it's not like the Djinn, will distract enemies or get them to target it. Because the Djinni is invulnerable, there's really no problem casting this in the middle of battle. And with Limited Wish, the options that you get make it a little less likely you would cast it in the middle of battle as opposed to as a prep spell, a buff spell. But with Full-Fledged Wish, for sure, is the type of thing you're going to be casting during a battle. There is a cast time of 9, so that's the longest possible in the game. you probably want to have a spellcaster with Vecna and Amulet of Power be the spellcaster in your party that stocks the most limited wish and wish spells, just because you're going to have a greater chance of getting the spells off, and you can get more of them off in an alacrity if you have those spell cast time reducing items. You can summon multiple Djinnis via alacrity or during a time stop, and they'll talk to you in the order that you summon them. So you could, if you wanted, get into alacrity with spell cast time of 4, reduced 4 by Vecna and 1 by Amulet of Power. So you have a cast time of 4 and spam out 5 or 6 Djinnis from limited wish if you wanted. I should say in the base game it's only 5, because the wish Djinni does count as a summons, and the game caps you out at 5. The base game caps you out at a maximum of 5 summoned creatures. So you get to be careful for that. If you try to cast this spell when you already have 5 summons out on the battlefield, then the spell, you'll go through the cast animation, but when you complete the casting process, nothing will happen, because you'll just get the dialogue that you can't summon any more creatures. So you are capped out at having 5 of these, but in theory, you could summon 5 of these at once inside an alacrity, and they'll talk to you in the order that you summoned them. Okay, now let's get into what the different options are that you get when you cast this spell and how they interact with your wisdom and all that. And I'm going to go into detail here. I'm probably not going to go into complete extreme detail on each of the different wish effects, just because there are many of them. But I will talk about some of the more interesting ones and more useful ones. And I'm going to go through how the spell interacts with wisdom and how you navigate these menus. So first, right off the bat, a very important distinction between limited wish at level 7 and wish at level 9 is that wish is a quite full-fledged level 9 wish is a quite RNG based spell. When we get to it, we'll talk about why, despite that RNG, it's still one of the best, if not the best spell in the game. But level 9 wish does have some randomness to it. Level 7 wish has no randomness. The wish spell will present you with different options depending on the level of your wisdom. However, those options are always the same if your wisdom is the same, and the outcome of selecting them is always the same, of selecting the different dialogues. So, that's an important distinction. There are lots of different options here, and some of them do good things, some of them do bad things, but which options you get and whether they're the good or bad ones, it depends entirely on your wisdom and not at all on randomness or a die roll. So there's no RNG based component. It's all dependent on wisdom. If you modify your wisdom via items or potions of insight, that will change the wishes that you get. So the wish logic looks to the caster's current wisdom as modified, not like their base wisdom. So in theory, and I'm going to get into here a little bit stat readouts for Arcane Magic users and what attributes to put your stats in, just my view of it. I'll probably return to that when I get to level 9 wish. But this is the first spell in the Arcane book where a ability score is going to have a major effect on the strength of the spell. You could, in theory, have a low wisdom and then just, chug potions of insight whenever you cast limited wish. Realistically, that's a lot of work for the options that you get in limited wish. There's only so many potions of insight in the game. And my view is that level 9 wish in particular is such a strong spell. Level 7 less so, but it's a nice ancillary benefit. The wish spells taken together are so strong that wisdom is not a dumb stat for pure class mages or for sorcerers. I always put at least 15, or maybe if I have a not so great roll, 14 wisdom on an arcane casting player character, because you want to have 18 wisdom as an arcane user because of these two spells. You just do. I would say it's more important than dexterity. Questionable whether it's more important than strength, depending on how you play. It may be, it probably is. it's not more important than getting at least 16 con. It's more important than intelligence for sure. Even if you're not a sorcerer and you're casting spells off of scrolls, you can have an int of 9, and it's a bit annoying to limit your scroll scribing to when you get access to potions of genius, but you can do it. And wisdom is more important than charisma. So like other than constitution and maybe strength, I would say wisdom is like the third most important ability score for a wizard. And the reason I say is I always set it to 14 or 15 is because if you go with 14, there are, I think, 4 total ways to, if you're playing the full saga, the trilogy, there's 4 ways to get your wisdom score up. In Baldur's Gate 1, you get a tome in Durlag's Tower. You get a tome as part of Merrick's quest from the Lady's House, I think is the name of that temple next to the Hall of Wonders in Baldur's Gate. You can give that to the Priestess of Umberlee to get the scroll to release Lothander's Gaius, and then you can kill the priestess and retrieve the tome. So that's 2. Then you get a 3rd wisdom tome in the Candlekeep catacombs. And so if you start with 15 wisdom, those 3 will get you to 18. If I'm a sorcerer, I'm going to start with 15 wisdom because as a sorcerer, I'll get access to the wish spell. It's going to be one of the first level 9 spells that I choose. And I'll get access to the wish spell before I do all of Watcher's Keep. And therefore, I won't have access to the machine of Lum the Mad. I think that's the name of the machine on the floor of Watcher's Keep that has the punch code to raise your wisdom by an incremental 1. So if I'm going sorcerer, then I would start with at least 15 wisdom to be able to get to 18 by the time I choose wish. If I'm going with a mage and have to learn wish from a scroll, there's only a few of them in the game, and I think the only one that you can access before TOB is in the bottom of Watcher's Keep. So to get access to that scroll, you have to have gone through Watcher's Keep, so you've already been through the machine that you get an incremental 1 whiz from. So if you're a wizard as opposed to a sorcerer, then I think there's good reason to start with 14 wisdom because you know you're going to have 18 by the time you get access to the level 9 wish scroll anyway. So that's just a little bit about how I think about ability scores. It ties into limited wish and wish, but wisdom is not a dump stat for a pure class mage or sorcerer because of the strength of level 9 wish. And hey, if you're going to get your wisdom to 18 anyway to use level 9 wish, then having good selections for the limited wish spell at level 7 is an ancillary benefit. All right, let's get back on track here and discuss the different options for wishes with limited wish. The Baldur's Gate wiki has a pretty good rundown of what the different options are. So I'm gonna just go through those in order, and maybe I'll comment more or less depending on each of them, depending on the strength or relevance and complexity of each of the options. The first thing to note about level 7 limited wish is that there's 2 types of wishes. There's repeatable wishes and one-time wishes. One-time wishes, it's a one-time cast for your entire party per playthrough. So there must be like a global variable that tracks whether you've used your one-time wish, and you can't get more one-time wishes by bringing a new member into the party or having a different caster cast the spell. You only get access to the one-time wish truly one time. And then the repeatable wishes you can cast as many times as you cast the spell. And because there's no RNG, if you memorize the functions of the different dialogue selections, then you always know what you're going to get out of the repeatable wish group. Okay, so let's go through. Why don't we start with the one-time wishes, and then we'll go through the repeatable wishes. So the one-time wishes, as a general theme, some of these are stronger than others, but all of them are giving you something that you couldn't otherwise get at level 14 when you get access to level 7 spells as a mage. These are all giving you access, many of these are giving you access to things that you can only get through the limited wish spell by the time you're at that level. So it's already clear that there's going to be some utility to this spell, and you want to take it on at least some of your mages and cast it at least a few times, because hey, why not get access to these high level spells that you don't have access to any other way, or some of the other options in the one-time menu that there's no way to get access to other than through limited wish. Already we know this is going to be a pretty decent spell because it's giving you some unique things that you can't get from any other spell at this level. So the one-time wishes, okay, what do you have? So if you have a wisdom or 14 or greater, then you'll get access to the I wish for control over time wish, which is a time stop. Great. You can cast time stop as a level 14 mage. You don't have to use one of your scrolls. Use a scroll to do so. That could completely turn a tough fight in mid BG2 in your favor. If you have wisdom greater than or equal to 12, then you get access to Wail of the Banshee or a wish that creates glasses of identification. So Wail of the Banshee is the level 9 mass finger of death or AoE finger of death type spell. It's not an unbelievable spell, but it's pretty strong to have access to when you only have access to level 7 spells. And again, there's no other way that you're getting access to that spell. You probably don't want to waste a scroll. There's so few level 9 spell scrolls in the game, and especially ones that you have access to this early, that you probably don't want to, waste a scroll to try to cast that spell before you hit, as opposed to scribing it before you get access to level 9 spells. So less useful than the time stop, but still, why not throw it out in a tough fight and see if you kill any enemies. The glasses of identification, obviously more of an ease of use selection. Does this help you kill enemies? Absolutely not. It might make the game a little bit easier though. You can buy glasses of identification from a vendor in the slums. I think that vendor's not put in through a mod, but in my game, there's a vendor that's a store that's above, it's on the second floor of Galen Bale's house where glasses of identification can be purchased. Probably depending on your mods, there might be a couple places where you can buy those. I actually find them to be pretty useful because, as I was getting into before, on Arcane casters, I tend to play solo, so I'm not playing with a bard or a thief or some very high lore character. And on Arcane casters, I think intelligence is much more so a dump stat than many other stats. As long as you get to the 9, that's going to allow you to use wands. So, generally speaking, I don't have very high lore characters, and therefore glasses of identification are actually pretty useful to avoid wasting all my level 1 spell slots identifying things. So, not a major thing, but actually something I end up using because of the way that I organize my ability scores with Arcane casters. If you have wisdom so we went through 3, time stop, Wail of the Banshee, glasses of identification. If you have wisdom of 11 or greater, then you can wish for a powerful magical item, which will just spawn a full plate mail +2 into your inventory. Odds are you will get access to limited wish at a time when that armor is still of use to your party. If you have a few clerics or fighters, that's going to be up there. Full plate mail +2 is going to be up there for, it's quality armor. Worst case, you sell it for a few thousand gold. Why not? Useful to have. The next one that you get access to with wisdom of 10 or greater is chain contingency. And this is definitely one of the better one-time wishes. The reason is that chain contingency, we'll get to it at level 9, but you can store 3 spells of 8th level or lower in there, and it has the same triggers as level 6 contingency. Wizard is hit, wizard sees enemy, hit points at 50, 25, 10%, helpless or poisoned. Now, the reason that this level 9 spell is very helpful to have to get access to early via limited wish, even if it's only a one-time wish, is that as soon as you get limited wish, you can select the chain contingency and then put a powerful set of defensive buffs on yourself up to level 8 that are going to go off if you're at 50 or 25% HP or helpless, for example. You might want to do 25% HP with the thinking that this is like your true last resort. It's your most powerful source of defenses as a level 15 arcane caster. But that's really cool because that chain contingency could be on you for, several levels of gameplay, and maybe it saves your life one time between when you get access to level 7 spells and when you get access to chain contingency at level 9. So chain contingency, it's just something, it's a passive ability. If you put defensive spells in there, then it's going to stay with you until you remove it or it gets tripped. And so this is just a way that you get a little extra buff for yourself that could last you for the rest of the game, or, a big part of the saga, and you're skipping ahead and getting it via this one-time wish. So that's a cool one. I always put a chain contingency on my mages when I get access to this. Or if I'm a sorcerer, I might cast Limited Wish off a scroll, because I think it's hard to choose this. We'll get to who this spell's good for, sorcerers versus wizards, and sort of my overall views on it. But I think it's hard to take this as a sorcerer versus some other level 7 spells. But you can cast it off of a scroll as soon as you get access to the scroll and choose the chain contingency one-time wish. And then you can have a chain contingency protecting yourself for like a lot of BG2 long before you get access to a chain contingency scroll or to level 9 spells. So that one in particular is pretty cool. And, it means that Limited Wish, it's not going to be game breaking, but there's definitely reasons to take this and cast it. Next up is a wish for an adventure. You can wish for an adventure like none I've ever experienced before if you have wisdom of 10 or greater. This will send you on a subquest. The subquest will give you 1,500 gold pieces, a boomerang dagger +2, and 16,500 quest XP per member. Okay, it's a subquest. That's just kind of cool. Why not get the XP? Next wish, one-time wish, is if you have wisdom of 10 or greater, you can wish to be rich, and that'll spawn 2,000 gold and some gems into your backpack. Why not? Just cast it. I wish to be anything I desire. You can get access to that wish if you have basically any wisdom of 6 or greater, and that's going to give you a shape change spell. We'll talk about that again at level 9, but that's a cool spell to have for one-time use. Some of the forms are quite powerful. The Illithid is probably the most powerful, but with Limited Wish, you can, in a key fight, especially if you're a fighter mage, in a key fight, turning into an Illithid and slurping tough enemies' brains is pretty cool to do, and you can do it You can do it sooner with this spell. Then the last one-time wish you get access to if your wisdom is 4 or greater. You can wish to be more experienced, which will spawn a bunch of golems on top of you that you can kill for about 50 or 60k XP. So you want to plan out when you use that one, but why not kill some more enemies and get some juicy XP? So that's all the one-time wishes. None of them is really bad. You wouldn't want to call the golems down on top of yourself outside in the middle of a fight when you already have a lot of enemies around. But otherwise, these are all good wishes, and none of them is going to totally change the game for you, but they're all useful to have. Some of them could help swing a tough fight, and the coolest one in my mind is the access to chain contingency early on, because you can put some buffs in there, and that defensive spell could be with you for a while and prevent you from dying. So that's the one-time wishes. Okay, the repeatable wishes. So the first repeatable wish you get access to with wisdom greater equal than or equal to 16, which is the highest threshold. And this is, you wish that some spells that you have cast could be restored. So when you choose this option, what happens is that the Limited Wish spell brings back 4 spells per arcane and divine spellbook in your party. 1 spell of level 1 to 4, 1 spell of level 1 to 3, 1 spell of level 1 to 2, and 1 spell of level 1. So that was a little nuanced there. What's going on is that the spell will restore a maximum of 4 total spells, and it'll do so out of both the Arcane and Divine Book. So again, an area where there's synergy if you're a Cleric Mage. If you're a Cleric Mage and you cast this, you can get back 8 spells, 4 out of your Divine Book and 4 out of your Arcane Book. If you add up sort of all the spellcasters that you could have in a 6-member party, then this adds up pretty quickly, the spells that you're going to restore. Theoretically, for example, like if you have 2, thinking about a very spellcaster heavy party, if you have 2 Cleric Mages and you have a variety of other Divine or Arcane casters in your party, then you could recover, like in an all spellcaster party, you could recover 24 spells across 4 single class spellcasters in your party and 8 spells for your 2 multi or dual class spellcasters. Say that 5 times fast. You add that up, in theory, in like an all spellcaster party, that's a total of 40 spells coming back from 1 level 7 spell. That's pretty cool. Now, the way that the game decides which spells to bring back is that it'll look through your spell slots one by one, starting with level 4 and going down to level 3. And the game will look for the first spell at that level to restore. And then if there is one, restore it and then move to the next level. So if you cast 2 level 3 spells and that's all you've cast, then the game's going to bring back 2 level 3 spells because this restoration restores 1 spell of level 1 to 4, 1 of level 1 to 3, right? So that's 2 in total. If you have 3 level 3 spells that you've cast and nothing else, then the game isn't going to bring back all 3 of those because the last 2 restorations of the 4 can only bring back a level 1 to 2 spell or a level 1 spell. So that's obviously a big limiter here. You're only going to get back levels 1 through 4 spells, but that can still be pretty helpful, especially because of the strength of level 3 in the Arcane book. Remove Magic, Skull Trap, those are spells that it is always awesome to have more of. They scale, they remain very powerful throughout the saga. So, being able to get back 2 of each of those on all your Arcane casters is not nothing. And it's always nice to have, to maybe get back 1 Stone Skin or 1 improved Invis. So the restoring spells wish, it's nothing like level 9 wish, which gives you an option to restore your entire spell book, which we're going to talk about a lot. That's at the level of sort of game breaking and super powerful, and one thing that makes level 9 wish an amazing spell. This is nothing approaching that, but there are definitely situations if you're in a long battle and you just need more damage, your spellcasters have run out of things to do, having a limited wish available to restock some of these spells and give yourself some more longevity is pretty useful. All right, the next repeatable wish is if you have wisdom of 15 or greater. This is the first bad wish. If you see this, the dialogue option, I wish for my spells to be restored, ! Then that will just wipe out all Arcane memorization, all spell. It'll clean out and make all your Arcane casters lose their active spells. So obviously you're just never going to select that, right? The way that the limited wish menus work, again, there's no RNG. You just have to be careful not to be tricked by the wording or forget and accidentally select the option that says I wish for my spells to be restored. Next wish, and there's really never any reason you would ever select that, right? So as soon as you learn the spell and what the different dialogue options do, you're just never going to click that one. So, again, because there's no RNG, the bad wishes sort of become irrelevant. At wisdom 12 or greater, you can wish to make your party invulnerable, and that will create a minor globe of invulnerability on each party member. So this is quality. This is quality. We talked about minor globe of invulnerability at level 4. Having immunity to AoE and single target spells of level 3 or lower is still useful in BG2 by the time you get access to this spell. Rakshasa in particular love to spam you with level 1 through 3 spells. Even liches and the highest level spellcasters, even with SCS installed, by the time they exhaust some of their more powerful spells, they will start spamming you with magic missiles, acid arrows, and charm spells at level 1 through 3. So this is a nice buff to have, especially because it's one spell to put a minor globe up on everybody in your party. And this is the only way, other than like a thief use any item and casting off a scroll, this spell is the only way to get minor globe of invulnerability up on non-arcane casters, because minor globe only is a spell that affects the caster. So, you can't just have your mage cast a minor globe on another party member. You would need to go through limited wish to get minor globe up on like your fighters, for example. So this is a useful buff worth casting before you go into fights with a lot of enemy mages, and it's one of the top options here to select. Okay, that's quality. The next spell is at wisdom of 11 or less. I wish that magic would fail to affect me or my party. That gives your entire party 100% spellcasting failure for 45 seconds. Obviously, it's a bad wish. Just remember to never select that option, and then it will never happen to you. There's no reason to ever cast this. Next, you can wish for your entire party to be healed if you have wisdom of 10 or greater. And the outcome is that every party member is healed 20 hit points and is cured from blindness, deafness, disease, intoxication, and poison. This is pretty awesome. This is pretty useful. If you've had a couple party members blinded or a couple party members poisoned, if you're fighting spiders or wyverns, then this is an option to remove the poison. I say spiders or wyverns. Realistically, wyvern poison works so fast, you can't wait to cast Wish with its cast time of 9. But for other poison effects that are less fast acting, and if you have multiple party members affected, this is a good way to get rid of them. So quality option, utility in different situations. The heal isn't bad either. Next, I wish to be protected from the undead. That is available to you if you have a wisdom of 10 or greater. And the outcome of that wish is that you get negative plane protection for each party member. I think the duration is only 5 rounds. It's very short. So, this could be useful in an emergency if you're fighting vampires, right? Obviously, vampires come to mind. I think there are some higher level wraiths that do level draining attacks, but those are few and far between. If you're fighting vampires, you get ambushed, you're somehow unprepared for them, then this could be helpful to use. Realistically, you're going to want to use Amulet of Power and Mace of Disruption on your front line and use that to protect yourself against level drain. But who knows? Like, this is one of those, tools in the Swiss Army knife. You're not going to have to get it out that often, if ever. It's like sort of like the toothpick in the Swiss Army knife. But like that one time you got something stuck in your teeth and you need it, that one time that you're getting swarmed by vampires, you might need this, and it's available to you. With wisdom 9 or less, you can wish that none of your party would die of their wounds, and that will result in your whole party becoming poisoned. I guess the joke is that okay, now your party's not going to die of their wounds, they're going to die of this poison. The Djinni tricks you, like many of these descriptions. Okay, never cast it. No reason to, just remember not to select that one. Next up, another bad wish, but an interesting one. It's available to you if you have wisdom of 9 or below. I wish to be protected from undead right now. This is one of the strangest spell effects in the entire game, right here. A dynamic that really doesn't exist through any other spell. And it's only available if your wisdom is 9 or below, which it shouldn't be as a mage, but just in theory, maybe you give a limited wish scroll to a thief and they have low wisdom and cast this. What this does, I wish to be protected from undead right now. The game will actually instantaneously roll the clock forward to midnight, it'll also spawn some vampires, a big group of vampires that are hostile, but which is just bad. The thing that is interesting about this, though, is this rolling the clock forward to midnight dynamic. The spell will actually treat you, it doesn't credit you with a rest, like this isn't a way to refresh your spell book in any way, but it sort of will treat you as though you instantaneously rested, and it'll regather your party. And also, buffs and all other spells and effects in the game will act as though a lot of time has passed, so the buffs will all wear off and go away unless they're super long duration like Stone Skin. So this is sort of like a time travel spell, the only thing like it in the entire game, and it's buried in this repeatable wish that you only get with 9 wisdom or less. Now theoretically, you can use this to debuff or have everybody in a fight return to sort of their natural states, because all of their buffs are going to wear off in the time between when you cast it and when midnight arrives. Okay, I mean, that's sort of interesting. Maybe there's some use case there, although it would be extremely risky in like a run where you're really not trying to die, because you're also going to debuff yourself, right? And generally speaking, enemies have more innate protections. They have more innate abilities that go off automatically. So it's usually worse. It usually favors enemies to completely debuff everybody across the entire field. You're probably going to have more buffs up, and you're heavily reliant on them as an arcane caster. So I don't know if there's really a practical use to that, but maybe some fights where you're fighting like humanoid spellcasters and you have no way of getting rid of their protections, but you have a bunch of fighters in your party. So if you just roll forward the clock, then you're going to be able to chop them down once midnight arrives. I don't know. It's an interesting concept though, and I figured I would highlight it because there's nothing else in the game like it. I've never really found a use for it. I think the way I like to play, it'd be too risky to debuff myself in the middle of a fight and emerge next to the same enemies, even if it debuffs them as well. All right, the last repeatable wish here. Anybody in the game gets access to it. It's always available to you regardless of your wisdom score, and you summon a horde to overrun your enemies. All this does is it summons 20 rabbits onto the battlefield. I've never really found a use case for this. The first thing I thought is, okay, is there some synergy where you can summon the rabbits and then cast the level 9 wish spell that will, and select the option to have Abi Dalzim's cast on everybody in the area. And then, in theory, what could occur is that you would have Abi Dalzim's go off on top of every single rabbit, creating this giant explosion or giant instance of Abi Dalzim's 20 times over that's going to kill everything in the area. I thought of that as a possibility, but the way that the level 9 Abi Dalzim's option works, it casts the Abi Dalzim damage effect on each creature in the area, but on an individual basis without having the spell go off on an AoE around that creature. So that doesn't really work. All that would happen if you summon the rabbits and then use the level 9 wish spell option is you'd kill all the rabbits because each of them would get hit by one instance of Abi Dalzim's effects, and you wouldn't create the AoE damage that you're looking for. I guess the other use case for this, in theory, would be that you want to just distract enemies and create some chaos and stop them from attacking your party, but that never really works. And even in the base game, enemies are smart enough to prioritize your party over the rabbits. In SCS, it's certainly that way. So, and of course, the rabbits come in, they have almost no HP. They're not going to get in the way of much of anything. So this is more sort of like an Easter egg or like funny thing in the game. I haven't really found any type of good use for the rabbit summoning. It's not bad like some of these other effects are horrible, like spellcasting failure or poisoning your whole party, but it just doesn't do much. Okay, we've now been through all of the different wish options. There's a grab bag here. It's sort of along the broader theme of level 7. There's a grab bag here. In total, I would say there's 4 of these that are pretty high quality as far as power gaming. My 4 favorite of them that would be the one-time wish for chain contingency, restoring lost spells, minor globe of invulnerability on the whole party, and the heal and curing of blindness, deafness, disease, intoxication, and poison on the entire party. Those 4 are all pretty great. They're all useful in different situations. Of course, there's other good wishes. You should do the quest. You should create the glasses of identification in the full plate mail, even if you just sell them. You should use the time stop and wail the banshee. This is all good and useful stuff. How good overall does that make this spell, and what should I be thinking about in terms of rating? So, a few thoughts. This is overall is a quality spell. I probably do underuse it. It's complicated to navigate the menus at times, and it has a long cast time. But I do at least get the items and the quest out of it in each run. And these other repeatable wishes can be useful situationally. By the time you get to TOB, the effects that you have here are really not that powerful to be spending your spell casting time on. Maybe inside an Alacrity, you're going to try to restore some low-level spells so you can recast them. But, in TOB, healing 20 hit points or putting minor globes on to protect yourself from level 1 to 3 spells are really not as critical, not going to shift things in the way that you need a level 7 spell to. So what I usually do with Limited Wish is I don't take it as a sorcerer. It's just not essential enough, and I find I don't use it enough. But as a mage, I do think it's worthwhile having one of these memorized on at least a couple of your arcane spellcasters, just because of optionality. The dynamic of this spell is that there's some things you want to use it for that are helpful one-time uses that are going to make you more powerful no matter what, like the ones that give you items, the quest, or the chain contingency in particular. Then the rest of the options, it's sort of a grab bag that could be useful depending on what's going on. If you find a bunch of vampires dropped on top of you, use the negative plane protection. If you get stuck in the encounter while you're traveling, where you run into the Rakshasa, then drop a minor globe on top of your whole party all at once. It's useful to have one of these memorized just because it sort of transforms your pure class mages in a little way into a sorcerer, in that you have this one spell memorized and now you have access to effectively 5 or 6 different spells that you could use depending on what the situation is. So this is a cool spell. It's worth taking these on one of these, I think, on a pure class mage. None of these effects is game breaking or gonna give you a huge power spike, but I do like this spell, and it's got some quality options to select. So I'll go with a rating of 6 out of 10 for Limited Wish. It's just fun too. This is a cool game dynamic, the summoning in the Djinni and talking to it. That doesn't affect the rating, but I always just enjoy that game dynamic. So 6 out of 10 for Limited Wish. Next spell is Mantle. Mantle has a duration of 4 rounds, a cast time of 1, so the quickest possible. AoE is the caster only, no save given it's a buff. When the spell is cast, it confers complete invulnerability to all weapons of +2 or lower enchantment. This spell is incredibly powerful, yet has a very short duration, and this, combined with its very short casting time, makes Mantle useful only in the thick of intense combat. This spell will not work in conjunction with projection from magical weapons. This effect lasts for the duration of the spell or until dispelled. So here's a spell that if you just read the description and you didn't know anything else about the other options available to you to do similar things, then you might think this is a quality spell. In reality, this is a garbage spell that you should never take, simply because you have access to a much better spell at level 6. protection from magical weapons. And I'll talk through why exactly that is. So let's compare Mantle to protection from magical weapons at level 6. They have the same duration of 4 rounds, the same cast time of 1, and Mantle protects you from normal weapons, +1 weapons, and +2 weapons, whereas protection from magical weapons protects you from all magical weapons of all enchantments. So I guess the trade-off is Mantle will protect you from normal weapons, whereas protection from magical weapons will not. And protection from magical weapons will protect you from +3, +4, and +5, and +6 weapons, whereas Mantle will not. What is more important by the time you have access to level 7 spells? You're, decently far into SOA. It's like if you're party play, you might be late SOA. What's more important by the time you have access to level 7 spells? Obviously, it's much more important to be protected from +3 through +6 weapons, which many creatures are going to have in SOA, instead of protecting yourself against normal weapons, which you're pretty much never going to see. And if you do, it's going to be on some, weak-ass enemy that you can kill easily. So there's just no way. This spell is significantly worse than protection from magical weapons. There's no way that it's better. This being a level 7 spell versus a level 6 spell, normally I would say that makes a big difference. Not only is it a worse spell, but it's one spell level higher. The reality is level 6 and level 7 spells, they're sort of comparable in quality, spell level. Just because level 6 has improved haste, pierce magic, spell deflection, like level 6 has some quality spells in there, especially improved haste, that you're always going to benefit from having. And level 7, there's no one spell in level 7 that's as strong as improved haste. So it's not that painful to have, if this was like an equally strong spell to protection from magical weapons, then maybe you would say, look, it's an equally strong spell, but I really like improved haste, which, improved haste is amazing. So therefore, I like to have this option to take, protection from magical weapons at level 7. Okay, that would be fine. In fact, it would be way, way better if the game make arcane magic users stronger, if the game, instead of giving you Mantle, just gave you protection from magical weapons, again, the exact same spell at level 7. And then, stylistically, if you don't like any of this grab bag in level 7 and you love improved haste, then you could choose to take protection from magical weapons at 7 instead of 6. So the real problem is not that this is a level 7 spell. The real problem is that not having protection on +3 and above magical weapons is very, very painful and very limiting. The other thing that is tough about all these Mantle spells is that the game doesn't give you any way to be certain what enchantment weapons you're getting attacked with. There's really no way to know. If you've played the saga through many times, then you probably have a sense of what weapons like humanoids who are using droppable weapons are attacking you with, because you kill them and pick them up. You can probably guess that very high level enemies are striking with +3 or higher weapon enchantments, but you never really know for sure. So like the idea you would have an emergency spell with a cast time of 1 and duration of 4 rounds. The point of casting it is to be sure you're not going to die, but the game gives you absolutely no way to know whether you're being attacked with a +2 weapon, in which case this will help you, or a +3 weapon, in which case it will do absolutely nothing. Like, that sucks. It's sort of like, it's definitely a gotcha, and like a practical limiter for using this, even if in theory, like, there were a lot of users of +2 magical weapons out there by the time you get access to this, which there are not. But even if there were, you would really have like no way to know and be sure whether you could you can get away with casting Mantle versus protection from magical weapons. So I just don't get this spell at all. That goes for the entire Mantle improved Mantle line of spells. It's very hard to use because you don't know what level weapon enchantment you're being attacked with. And this is just inferior to the level 6 protection from magical weapons. It sort of feels like the game designers created all these different spells, protection from normal weapons, Mantle, improved Mantle, absolute immunity, this series. And then they realized after that physical damage was actually so strong, and all the weapons with plus elemental damage were actually so strong and interrupted spellcasters so frequently that they just threw protection from magical weapons into the game on top of those other spells, which is fine. Like, protection from magical weapons is a sensible and fair buff to have in the game. It's only 4 rounds. It makes enemy spellcasters much harder to kill. It requires a lot more strategy than just hack and slash. Like, that's all good. But, the second that spell was introduced, all of the Mantle, improved Mantle, etc. line just became completely irrelevant because they're much worse than that spell. So overall, this spell is just one that's completely obsoleted by the existence of protection for magical weapons. It is one of the most pointless spells in the game. I decided to give it a 1 out of 10 rating. Maybe it'd be like a 2 out of 10 if it also protected you from +3 enchantment weapons, which would be more common by the time you get this. But, only getting protection from normal +1 and +2 is quite painful and weak for a level 7 spell. So 1 out of 10 rating for Mantle, very bad spell, do not take it. Let's move on to the next spell in alphabetical order. That would be Mass Invisibility. Mass Invisibility is an illusion spell, surprise, surprise. It has a duration of 1 round per level, a cast time of 7. The AoE is a 15-foot radius, no save given that it's a buff. And I will just skip the spell description here, other than to say that this is area of effect, improved invisibility. So this is exactly the same as the level 4 improved invisibility spell, except it will affect the caster and all friendly creatures in the AoE, this 15-foot radius around the caster, and cause those creatures to also become improved invisible. We talked about improved invisibility and how it's a great effect at level 4. I think I rated that spell an 8 out of 10. Let's double check. Oh, actually 9. 9 out of 10. I mean, it is a good spell at level 4, especially for the spell level. So, improved invisibility, it's a good spell. Why is it good? It makes your mage not targetable by enemy single target spells because of the improved invis effect that will stick with you even after you've taken an action that would normally take you out of invisibility. And improved invisibility also grants you the biggest saving throw bonus of any spell in the game at +4, and it gives you an effective AC 4 bonus by causing attacks made against you to suffer -4 penalties to attack rolls. And with this spell, just like invisibility 10-foot radius at level 3 will cause the entire party around you to go invisible, this spell, Mass Invisibility, at level 7 will cause your entire party around you to become improved invisible. Anecdotally, this seems like one of the rarest scrolls in the game. It's one of the last spells that I usually am able to add at a level 7 if I'm playing a non-sorcerer mage that needs to scribe scrolls. But I checked on the BG2 wiki, and the BG2 wiki says that you can buy it in the Underdark, but the only locations to buy it are in the Underdark. So when you go to the Underdark, if you want this spell, make sure you visit, I think that the Drow in the Drow marketplace in the Drow city will sell scrolls for this spell, for example. But once you leave the Underdark, you may not be able to access a scroll again until you get to TOB. So if you like this spell, make sure to buy it in the Underdark. Now, I think this is a very double-edged spell, and that's going to result in me having a pretty negative view of it. The problem with casting improved invisibility as a buff on your entire party, it's obviously not the AC or saving throw bonuses, which are great. It's the fact that you're going to make your friendly party members, and in particular your tanks and your fighters that need a lot of healing and buffing, you're going to make them untargetable by single target spells, and that includes heal spells. And it's very difficult to get invisibility off of your own characters, your own friendly party characters, right? You can't cast a True Sight and get rid of invisibility on your own party members. I don't even think that Dispel Magic will remove invisibility on your own party members. I better test that, and I'll put like a note up on the screen when I actually record the video here. But not being able to target your own party members with single target spells, including heal spells, buffs, both heal or greater restoration, right? Those are the big TOB, late SOA heal type spells that you want to be throwing off on your fighters or your tanks all the time who are taking damage. Both of those spells are single target spells. And it's really hard to keep your non-mage tanks alive if you cannot target them with heal or greater restoration. That's a big problem. And I think that's more of a disadvantage for tanks than this 4 saving throw or 4 AC bonus. Your tanks, you're going to find lots of ways to reduce their saving throws. You have chant, you have items. There are lots of ways to get your tank saving throws very low, and they're going to be naturally quite low by the time you get to TOB or late SOA anyway. So the bonuses are nice, but I think they are outweighed by the disadvantages of not being able to target your own party members with heal spells or buffs or status removing spells. And for the members of your party who are less likely to take physical damage or less likely to take damage because they're protected by spells or they're thieves or they're bards, those characters in your party, they can make themselves improved invisible or invisible, and they don't need you to take a level 7 spell slot to do so. You can easily have every mage in your party. Mages really do benefit from improved invis. You can easily have every mage in your party cast improved invis on themselves. Or you could stock a few of them, and since improved invis is a spell that can be targeted on other characters in your party, you could make those mages or other non-tank characters invisible, improved invis, just through the level 4 spell. So in the end, it's hard for me to see why it's ever better to stock this spell versus stocking a couple extra improved invis spells at level 4. And that's especially true because by late game, you're going to feel like you have a lot of level 4 spell slots. You're not needing to refresh your stone skins that frequently because you have so many skins, and you have mirror image up, and you're running around the battlefield kiting enemies, and there's not that much else at level 4 that's super critical to late game. So you're going to have some extra level 4 spell slots, and you could easily take a couple or even 3 or 4 improved invisibilities at level 4 and just choose to only make the party members improved invis who are not tanks that need healing or greater restoration. That is a superior strategy, I think, to using up a level 7 spell slot for mass invisibility. There are certainly situations in which a fighter or tank in my party has been chopped up by physical damage because there was no way for me to heal that character because they were improved invis. So once I figured that out, I stopped using this spell regularly, and I can't recommend it. I don't think that this is a quality spell. I'll rate it a 3 out of 10. Improved invis is still such a great buff that I can't go lower than that, but I think it's just superior to use a few extra copies of the level 4 version, and that way you keep your tanks that are going to be taking a lot of damage from being untargetable by single target spells. So 3 out of 10 for mass invisibility. Here we go with the next spell, Mordenkainen Sword. Mordenkainen Sword is an evocation spell that lasts 1 round per level. It has a cast time of 7. And upon casting this spell, the wizard brings into being a shimmering sword-like plane of force, looks exactly like a sword, that leaps into the wizard's hands. The sword acts as a +4 weapon in all respects and deals 5d4 points of damage upon hitting a target. Once the spell is cast, the sword will float in the air completely under the caster's control. This does not prevent the caster from doing any other actions during the spell's duration. The spell description here is very confusing. It says that the sword or sword-like plane of force leaps into the wizard's hands, but to be clear, this spell in the base game does not put a magical weapon into your hands as the caster. It's a summon spell. This will summon a floating sword that acts like any other summon. You can control it, move it around the battlefield, and make it attack things. So this is just a summoning spell, even though it's out of the evocation school. And this is not Yas, not just yet another summons. This spell is actually pretty decent. I'll get into the merits and disadvantages of Mordenkainen's sword more specifically, but first, why don't we start out with, like we go through with all these summoning spells, what do you actually get when you summon the sword? The sword has 36 hit points. It has a -20 AC, which is sort of nice to have, but we'll get into why that's less relevant in a minute. 10 base THAC0, only 1 APR, mid-teen saves, so pretty low saves, but doesn't matter too much. The sword is 100% resistant to fire, cold, electricity, and acid damage. It's also immune to poison. And the sword is 100% resistant to all physical damage. So clearly that is where the merit of this summons lies. These things are quite hard to kill for many enemies. What does kill the Mordenkainen sword? Well, first, Death Spell and Death Fog, the level 6 spells, do kill Mordenkainen's sword because this is a summons and it's not a demon, planetar, or deva, and those 2 spells kill all summons that are not extraplanar creatures. So Death Spell will insta-wipe out Mordenkainen's swords with no save, just like other lower level summons. The second thing that kills this is magic type damage. Skull Trap, Abi Dalzim's, Magic Missile are some examples. Prismatic Spray, which we'll get to later in level 7, does magic damage. So magic type damage will kill these swords. Yet another small way in which magic damage is the best damage type in the game. So the merit of the summons is clearly its defensive powers. These swords, because they're 100% resistant to physical damage, if you summon them into a battle against anything other than arcane casters who have access to Death Spell and Death Fog and have access to a lot of magic damage, then the swords are just going to solo the fight. They're going to soak up all the damage, and you can just stand there and watch the swords cut things up. That's pretty cool. Against mages or high-level casters, on the other hand, even in the base game, and especially in SCS, those spellcasters will nuke it with Death Spell or Death Fog or magical damage. So this is very double-edged, if you will. It's a double-edged sword, or it's an either very good or useless spell. If you cast it in a fight with enemy mages or high-level sorcerers, anybody with access to arcane magic, then these swords are going to do very little. They're going to get killed by an Abi Dalzim's, by a Death Spell or Death Fog. If you cast the swords into the battlefield when there's no high-level enemy mages, then these things are going to be awesome. Another thing to keep in mind is that you can buff these things just like other summons. You can buff summons all you want. So if you summon them in and then you cast the level 6 spell Protection from Magical Energy on them, which grants 100% immunity to magic type damage, the swords are now immune to everything in the game except Death Fog or Death Spell. That's pretty cool. It's sort of more of a fun idea than something that's practically useful, because the reason that you want the immunity to magic type damage is because you're facing a high level spellcaster. But if you're facing a high level arcane spellcaster, then they're still going to wipe these things with Death Fog and Death Spell in all likelihood. This is one of those spells that, as you get to higher levels, allows you to just easy mode anything that's not a high level enemy without emptying out your spell book. And plus, this can help with some annoying fights against tough enemies like Illithid or Golems that do a ton of physical damage or nasty on-hit effects, but have no way to do magic damage or cast Death Fog or Death Spell. And even for enemy mages, many of them don't have multiple casts of Death Fog or Death Spell, especially in the base game. So it's even possible to send in some low-level summons, wait for the enemy mage or lich to use Death Spell or Death Fog on them, and then later in the fight summon in a few Mordenkainen swords and watch them tank and absorb the rest of the spell book. With SCS, this is less possible because casters have more of these spells, more Death Fog and Death Spells, and more of the very high-level enemies come with innate Death Fog or Death Spell abilities to wipe summons from the battlefield regularly. So overall, what we have here, it's a quality summons that can easy mode anything but spellcasting enemies and can absorb unlimited spells and physical damage. In thinking about rating this, I'm still in the mode where I'm comparing everything to level 5 Animate Dead, the reigning best summons that you have access to in the game. When we compare the Mordenkainen swords to level 5 skeletons, both of those creatures are still susceptible to the same Death Spell and Death Fog insta-kills. The skeleton is only 50% damage resistant versus the sword 100%, but the skeleton does have more HP. The skeleton is 90% magic resistant with super low saves, so the skeleton is probably about even at holding up against magical attacks, considering that the skeleton is going to fare a lot better against Abidalzim's Magic Missile, Skull Trap, etc. And with the super low saves and 90% MR, taking elemental damage is not going to happen super often for the skeletons that you have access to by the time you get access to level 15 skellies, which is one level after you have access to the Mordenkainen sword. A clear difference is that the sword strikes as a +4 weapon, whereas the skeletons only are holding a +1 two-handed sword. So the skeletons will stop being able to hurt a lot of super high level enemies, but the Mordenkainens with the +4 enchantment will actually be able to do damage in theory to very high level enemies. Now in practice, the types of enemies that really get shredded by these physical damage doing and physical damage resistant summons are sort of low, mid BG2 type enemies. If you summon skeletons or Mordenkainens into a fight against like Ballspawn in TOB, then either one of them is going to get killed by a death spell, a death fog, or magical damage pretty quickly. So I don't know that the +4 enchantment is a huge benefit, just because the fights where you really need +4 weapons to damage the enemy, like against liches or demi-liches, those types of enemies are going to have ways. They're going to have Death Fog and Death Spell, so they're going to be wiping the battlefield of either the skeleton or the swords. It doesn't make a difference. Of course, the skeletons last way longer at 8 hours versus the approximately one fight for the swords, given that Mordenkainen's sword has a duration of 1 round per level. So on balance, There's some things that are clearly superior about Mordenkainen's. Mordenkainen's, with its 100% damage, physical damage resistance will hold up much better against enemies that are doing massive amounts of physical damage, like fire giants, etc. The skeletons will maybe hold up a bit better against mid-level mages or mages that don't have access to a bunch of death spell and death fog. The skeletons have 2 APR, so they're going to do a bit more damage, provided that they can hit things with their +1 enchanted swords. And the skeletons last a lot longer. Another major difference, and I'm doing a run right now, a solo sorcerer run through BG2. Skeletons are an amazing way to deal with beholders and gouths and eye tyrants and all the beholder family enemies. Those types of enemies are insanely scary for mages, especially with SCS. They have spells that will instant debuff you and make it so you can't cast any spells. It's almost impossible to even get on screen out of invis near beholders as an arcane magic user. Animate Dead, those skeletons, because of the 90% MR and because their saves are so low and they're immune to paralyzation, etc., level 5 Animate Dead skeletons will solo beholders pretty easily, which is super, super powerful to have, super useful to have. There's not an easier way to deal with beholders before you get like improved alacrity and planetars, other than using skeletons and sending in the skellies. Mordenkainen swords, on the other hand, because beholders do one of their eye stalks is a magic damage type attack, and the swords only have 36 HP, beholders will actually kill the Mordenkainen swords much, much more quickly than they'll kill the skellies. So that's a very specific use case, but like that is important because beholders are one type of enemy where until you have access to level 9 spells as an arcane magic user, if you're trying to do a no reload run, it's really impossible to get close to being on the same screen with them, and you're just going to have to avoid them unless you're using skeletons, which are incredibly effective against them. So, and more effective than Mordenkainen swords. So I think I've talked through the merits of these swords, their quality summons, compared them to the reigning best summoning spell, which is Animate Dead at level 5. In summary, the Mordenkainen swords is a quality summons. Personally, I don't think they're quite as good as the skeletons, considering the beholder thing, the 8-hour duration, everything I just went through, and that this is a level 7 spell versus level 5. I rated Animate Dead a 6 out of 10, and I will rate Mordenkainen sword a 5 out of 10. A quality summons. This is the second best summons that mages have access to before you get access to planetars at level 9, and sort of there's really only 3 quality summons in the entire Arcane book to speak of. There's Mordenkainen's, the skeletons, and planetar. So this is in that triumvirate. It's a quality spell, but it's not a huge power spike, and these swords do have limitations, especially once you get to TOB fights where there's a lot of death fog and death spell being thrown out. 5 out of 10 rating for Mordenkainen swords. Next, we have Power Word Stun. This is a conjuration/summoning spell. No idea why. It's a stun spell. It's a conjuration/summoning spell. The cast time is 1, so very quick cast time. AoE 1 creature and no save. When a Power Word Stun spell is uttered, any creature of the mage's choice within visual range is stunned for the duration, depending on current hit points. From 1 to 29 HP, the creature is stunned for 4d4 rounds. From 30 to 59 HP, the creature is stunned for 2d4 rounds. From 60 to 89, the creature is stunned for 1d4 rounds, and 90 or more HP creatures are unaffected. Note that if a creature is weakened so that its hit points are below its usual maximum, the current number of hit points is used to determine the spell's effects. All right, so it's our third power word spell in the Arcane book. We had power word sleep at level 2. This spell was so meaningless and such a useless spell that I actually forgot about this one in the level 6 video when I said that power word silence at level 6 was the first power word spell in the Arcane book. But there have been 2 so far. We've talked about power word sleep and power word silence at levels 2 and 6. Now we have the third power word spell here at level 7. It's power word stun. The theme of these spells, these power word spells, as I've mentioned, is that these are single target spells that have no save. That's why they're power word spells. They have no save. Now, to make the spells, quote, balanced or make sure that they aren't too strong, we've seen that the game design seems to nerf and limit these spells in some other way now that they have no save. And power word stun is no exception. The limiter here, of course, is this HP limiter, that the spell is going to have absolutely no effect on any creature that has 90 or more HP. And that is a significant limiter, given that almost all enemies from when you get this spell onwards, and certainly the tough ones that you want to target with single target spells, will have over 90 HP. The obvious candidate target for this, what you might think initially is, oh, this is going to be great because most mages, even high-level mages, have less than 90 HP. And so, in theory, you can use power word stun to immediately take an enemy mage out of the fight. Yes, in theory, that's true. However, the problem is that enemy mages have an extreme amount of spell protections up, especially in SCS, and so that makes them very difficult to ever hit with single target spells. That includes power word stun. So the one type of enemy that you would want to target with this, the lowest HP, scariest type of enemy, which is an enemy magic user, arcane caster, has exactly the counter spells to single target spells like this one. Spell deflection, spell turning, spell trap are going to make power word stun have no effect because those protections all protect against single target spells, including power word stun. So kind of disappointing and limits the utility of this spell, that the prime candidate enemy to cast it against is the type of enemy that is best protected against it. Aside from enemy spellcasters that are going to have low con or low HP, with the cast time of 1, which is a nice feature, the theory of the spell seems to be that immediately once you dip an enemy to 89 HP or below, you fire this off and neutralize them while you finish off the job. And the difference, in fairness, the difference between the stun for 1d4 rounds at 60 to 89 HP and the stun it for 44 rounds at 1 to 29 is not that significant, because by the time you get access to this at level 14, when fighters all have 4 to 5 APR, and there's lots of different ways to debuff and kill your enemies with magic if you have a few rounds to focus on them, getting stunned is a killer, even if you're only stunned or the enemy's only stunned for 1d4 rounds. So the big distinction here isn't whether the enemy is 30 to 59 or 60 to 89 HP. The big distinction is between 89 HP and down, where this will have the nasty stun effect, and 90 or more where it will do absolutely nothing. And I was talking about the theory of the spell being that you can injure an enemy fighter that's not going to have spell protections, and then as soon as you've injured them enough, you cast power word stun on them. In practice, this is difficult to do because the game, without mods, I think there are mods that will tell you exactly how many hit points enemies that you're fighting have. But without mods, In the base game, you can't see how many hit points exactly your enemies have. You can't see their starting hit points, and you can't see how many hit points they have after they're injured. All you see is the status bar that tells you whether they're barely injured, uninjured, barely injured, severely injured, or near death. So you're going to have to completely estimate whether the enemy is 89 HP or below, and what a weird number to estimate in the first place. And that's difficult to do. So it's just hard to know exactly when in the course of injuring an enemy they're going to be susceptible to this spell. And that sucks. It's sort of like how with Mantle, you don't know the enchantment of weapons that are being used against you. And even if that spell was any good, that would really limit the utility. You'd basically be rolling the dice whenever you cast it, whether it's going to save your ass or do nothing. And similar with Power Word Stun. You can wait until the enemy is almost dead. At that point, you probably just as well off killing them as casting this spell against them. And otherwise, you're going to gamble on, okay, does the enemy have 93 or 85 HP? That's not a really fun way to play in my book, and it does make the spell weaker. The other thing to keep in mind is that a lot of higher level enemies are just completely immune to stun, either because they're highly magic resistant or because they have innate free action. So that's going to limit the utility of this as well. In the end, I really want to like this spell because of the lack of a save, and I've been railing about how the main problem with most single target debuffs in this game is that enemies can save and the spell does absolutely nothing, and I don't like the RNG. But here, you have a different form of RNG in that you're not really sure what the hit points of your enemies are precisely, so you're never entirely sure whether they're at the 89 or below threshold. And this is a level 7 spell that at best is going to help you finish off one probably dying enemy, and it's just too hard to be wowed by that. Stun is a very debilitating effect, but the exact enemies you'd want to use this on: super powerful enemy fighters, they're going to have too many HP. Super powerful enemy spellcasters are going to have too many spell protections, and a lot of higher level enemies are simply innately immune to stun effects. So at the end of the day, this is one of those spells that on the surface seems great, but when you try to actually put it into practice, it's difficult to find good use for it, and you're giving up a level 7 spell slot. So I'll rate Power Word Stun a 3 out of 10. Here we have Prismatic Spray. Prismatic Spray is a conjuration/summoning spell with a cast time of 7. The AoE is a 15-foot long cone, so similar to like the Cone of Cold effect. Saving throw is special. We'll get back into that later. It depends on which of these effects applies. The spell description says, when casting this spell, the wizard causes 7 shimmering multicolored rays of light to flash from her hand, portraying all colors of the visible spectrum. Any creature with fewer than 8 hit dice struck by a ray is blinded for 5 rounds, regardless of any other effect. All creatures caught within the area of effect will be touched by 1 or 2 of the rays, each of which has a different power and purpose. Red inflicts 20 points of damage, save her spell for half. Orange inflicts 40, yellow 80, and then there's green, blue, indigo, and violet rays, which will poison, petrify, feeble mind, or disintegrate enemies. I'll come back to exactly what these different effects do in a minute when I start talking through the details of how this spell works. But that's the spell description. Okay, Prismatic Spray. This is a spell that I think is pretty underrated, and as I went back through and did the research on exactly how it works to prepare for making this video, I started to come to the conclusion that it's probably highly underrated, and it's a pretty good spell that I use a decent amount, but I probably should be using it even more. This is the best damage spell in level 7 by far. This is a level without any conventional big damage spells. The only other candidate spell would be Delayed Blast Fireball, which I already talked about all the reasons that spell sucks for a level 7 spell in my view. Just getting more fire damage, capped at 15d6, save or spell for half. It's highly resisted type of damage. It's the worst fire damage spell at higher levels. All those things are bad. Prismatic Spray, the type of damage that it does for these first 3 effects is magic damage, the best damage type in the game. And the damage inflicted here can be pretty high. I'll get back into that when I talk about exactly how this spell works and the odds of 1 or 2 of the rays affecting creatures within the Prismatic Spray. But this is the best damage spell in level 7. It's not one of the best damage spells in the game, and level 7, I've been saying all along, is a spell where you can sort of choose your own adventure. There's a bunch of things that are about equally good, but this is a quality spell, and it's the best damage spell in this level. So if you're the type of arcane caster who likes to do damage and focus on that within your spell selections, then you should be stocking at least a couple Prismatic Sprays. So let's go through what exactly this does and why it's a quality spell. So first, this spell, the description doesn't say so, but it is party friendly. It's an AoE and party friendly spell. The AoE is this cone, which I've talked about previously. It's really hard to aim, but you're still getting AoE, so you can hit many enemies inside here, and it's AoE and party friendly, which is pretty rare for damage spells, and that's always nice to have. You can spam the Prismatic Spray across your 4 fighters as they're engaging in melee with enemies all you want, no problem. So that's already good. AoE and party friendly, already we know this is going to be worth considering. And what does it do? So first, there's this automatic blind effect. And 8 HD, you're talking there, it's fewer than 8 HD that the automatic blind effect will go off against, but there is no save. And what that means is level 7 or lower enemies. That's not nothing. There are some decently high level enemies that are level 7 or below, like Umber Hulks are level 6, for example. Trolls are level 8, so they won't be affected. We talked at level 6 about how Death Spell will insta-kill trolls because they're level 8. That's an extra benefit of using Death Spell. But because they're level 8, they're just barely high enough level to avoid getting blinded by this spell. But there's some, sort of high HP, no resistances type enemies that you encounter pretty frequently in BG2 that are level 7 or below and will get hit by the automatic blind. So Prismatic Spray is a pretty good spell to chuck out against groups of mid-level enemies when you're in BG2, and they're going to get hit by this debilitating automatic blind effect, no save. The next thing to comment on here after the auto blind effect is that this is a conjuration / summoning spell, which is very unusual for a damage spell. Worth noting that conjuration is one of the better specialist mages, the conjurer, since you only lose access to divination spells, which is pretty easy to give up compared to other spell schools. So here we have a spell that's a conjuration spell, and it's also a spell that triggers saving throws, right? That's pretty rare. So just worth mentioning that conjurers will benefit from the -2 to saves penalty. So if you're a conjurer, definitely prioritize putting Prismatic Spray in your book. It's going to be one of the only spells, maybe the only spell, where the enemy penalty to saves is going to come into effect, just because most of your in-school spells are conjuration spells that summon creatures, not a damage spell like Prismatic Spray. Okay, so I've talked about the spell school and this automatic blind effect. Now let's get into how the spell works and what do the different effects do. So the different effects are stated in the description. However, one thing that is not very intuitive is that it actually makes no difference where an enemy is standing within the spray. The animation, which has different colors emanating at different parts of the cone, and the way that the spell description associates different colors with different effects, would make you think that it's predictable if an enemy is in a certain area of the cone, then they're always going to be subject to some effect. That is not the case. That is not the case. Instead, the way that the game logic works is that any enemy within the cone, there's going to be a probabilistic effect, regardless where the enemy is standing. There's a probabilistic effect that's the same for each enemy as to what the effect of the spell is going to be. And I went through in Near Infinity and really broke down exactly what these probabilities are to help to explain exactly what the chances are of an enemy being affected by 2 versus 1 effect and being affected by each of these different effects. The way that the game logic works here is that the game assigns a probability to each of these different effects out of a 100 denominator. So you could think of it as like a D100. Rolls 0 through 14 are the 20 magic damage save versus spell for half. This is doing magic damage, by the way, which is another reason it's decent. So the best type of damage. So 0 to 14 is 20 magic damage. 12 to 29 is 40 magic damage save versus spell for half. 27 to 44 is 80 magic damage save versus spell for half. 42 to 59 is save versus poison or die. And even if the creature saves, they take 20 damage. 57 to 73 is petrification. 71 to 87 is feeble mind. And 85 to 100 is the disintegrate effect. So when you add all this up, the way that the spell ends up functioning is that some of the ranges that I just went through for the D100 actually overlap, right? 71 to 87 is feeble mind, and 85 to 100 is disintegrate. So there's 3 pips there, 85, 86, and 87, where the feeble mind effect will overlap with the disintegrate effect. Now, what this means is that, and this happens for all 6 of the effects, there's 2 to 3 pips where two effects will overlap. Now, I say 2 to 3%. It's one or the other. It's either 2 or 3%. I'm not actually sure whether these ranges are inclusive of the top number in the range and the bottom number. I've assumed for the percentages that I'm about to spit out that the probabilities are inclusive of the top number but not the bottom number. That might make sense because the first one is 0 to 14. So that would mean the first one is triggered on 1 through 14 all the way up to 100, and then it's literally a D100. So I'm just going to assume that it makes a minor difference. If the ranges are inclusive of the bottom and the top number, then the spell is going to be a little bit better because these percentages are all going to be a little bit higher. And the percentage of the odds of getting hit by 2 effects would be 3% for each combination of 2 effects instead of 2. I'm not sure what the answer is there. If somebody's an expert on the Infinity engine and how the coding works, please comment. But I'm going to give the potentially 1% lower odds of each of these different effects. And if it's 1% higher, then that just means that Prismatic Spray is that much stronger and I'm underrating it a little bit. But let's get into the percentages. So once, I built the whole table of what the different rolls on the D100 could lead to. And the breakdown is as follows. Once you sort of look through all the percentages and figure out what 2 effects overlap, then the breakdown is as follows. There's a 13% chance of the disintegrate effect, 13% chance of the save versus poison or die, and even if save, take 20 poison damage. 13% of 80 magic damage save for half. 13% of 40 magic damage save for half. 12% chance of the petrification effect, 12% chance of the feeble mind effect, and 12% chance of the 20 magic damage save for half. So those percentages only add to 88%. Where's the other 12%? Well, that's where we get into the double effects or the overlap between these ranges. So in total, there's a 12% chance of getting hit by 2 effects at once, and then there's 12 to 13% chances of getting hit by any one of the single 7 effects. So the 2 effects at once that you can hit enemies with, each of which has a 2% chance of occurring for any enemy in the AoE, on the way that I assumed that the ranges work. The effects that will double up is there's a 2% chance of 60 magic damage saved for half. That would be combining the 40 and 20. A 2% chance of 120 magic damage save for half. By the way, that is, compare that to a maxed out Abidalzim's Horrid Wilting, the best magic damage spell in the game. A maxed out Abidalzim's does 20d8 damage, or an average of 90 damage with a save versus spell for half. So this 2% chance inside the Prismatic Spray is stronger than Abidalzim's if it goes off on a particular creature, right? And the 80 magic damage save versus spell for half is only 10 below the Abidalzim's average. So we're talking about the potential to do a lot of magic damage here. Basically, when you add up this 2% chance of 120 and the 13% chance of 80, there's a 15% chance that the effect of Prismatic Spray is going to be as strong as an Abidalzim's Horrid Wilting on the creature that you hit it with. There's another 2% chance of 80 magic damage save versus spell for half, and the poison effect, or the poison ray, a 2% chance of the poison effect and the petrification effect, a 2% chance of petrification and feeble mind, and a 2% chance of feeble mind and disintegration. Okay, that was a lot of numbers, a lot of going through these different rays over and over. What does this boil down to? As I said earlier, there's a 12% chance of getting hit by 2 effects at once in here. Another way to think about this, when you stack up all the things that this spell does, it's doing a lot of different things. For example, in theory, if you're casting this against a level 7 enemy, one cast of Prismatic Spray will first blind the enemy, no save. Then, after that, in theory, if you hit them with the 80 magic damage and the poison ray, the 2% chance, if you're in that 2% chance, the enemy's automatic blinded. That happens no matter what if they're in the AoE. Next, they're getting hit with 80 magic damage, save for half. Then they have to save versus poison or die. And even if the enemy makes that save, then they're taking 20 damage. That's like 4 different spells all in one. Now sure, that's only happening 2% of the time, but the double up happens in total 12% of the time. So it's not totally unusual, about 1 in 8 times that this double up will occur, and you end up doing a lot of different effects, many different chances that enemies are going to fail a save and simply die. The string that I just went through, where you're blinding the enemy, hitting them with 80 magic damage, then a save versus poison or die, and then even if they make that save, they're taking 20 incremental damage, that is going to instant kill a lot of enemies. So that's just an example of one of the nastier potential outcomes. In the absolute worst case, you're going to have an enemy have a save versus petrification or save versus wand, or the spell will do nothing if they make their save. If they fail to save, then it has a very nasty effect. That's probably the worst case outcome, or the 20 magic damage saved for half. But if the enemy is getting hit by, if the enemy doesn't have great saves, or is getting hit by the 40 or 80 magic damage ray, or any of the double ups, then this is really a quite strong spell. So overall, there's a lot of RNG here. You can make enemies' items disappear if they're unlucky to be inside the disintegration or petrification rays and fail their saves. But unlike single target disintegration and Petrification or Flesh to Stone at level 6. This is an AoE spell that you can chuck out against groups of enemies where you don't really care about their items. You're not saving up your Prismatic Spray, your AoE spell, to use against like a dragon or some powerful boss-like enemy that has items that you absolutely want. You can cast this out over hordes of undead, over hordes of humanoid enemies, any enemy that you're not super worried about destroying their items because they're holding awesome items. It's easy to chuck this out, and you're not going to miss out on too many items because enemies are disintegrated or petrified through this spell. It's only a percentage chance in any event. So you have to think about that. This is a highly RNG spell, but a lot of these effects are very nasty, and in the end, this is a pretty damn cool spell, and I think a quality spell. It's not going to outshine some of the best damage spells in the game, but it's no slouch. It's party friendly. It's AoE. There's a 12% chance of doing 2 different effects. The 80 magic damage, the 40 magic damage, the save versus poison or die, and take 20 poison damage. Those are all pretty cool effects. So try this out. Give it a shot. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by how much the spell gets done. And it's a lot of fun. This is an instance where randomness feels good because instead of it just being a save for a spell to completely negate, if you cast this across multiple enemies, you're going to get something out of it. The odds are just in your favor because you have so many chances to do a negative effect. So pretty cool spell. I think the best damage spell in level 7. This doesn't hold a candle to like Abby Dalzim's or Skull Trap for some of the highest quality damage spells in the game, but this is another nice spell to add to the grab bag of a bunch of decent spells that exist at level 7. And I'll rate Prismatic Spray a 5 out of 10. Next spell in level 7 is Project Image. All right, this is going to be a fun one. Project Image is an illusion spell, a duration of 1 round per level, cast time of 1, AoE of the caster, no save. When this spell is cast, an illusionary copy of the caster steps out of her body. The copy has the same hit points and can cast the same spells as the original caster. However, it may not make any physical attacks. As long as the image is in existence, the original caster is rooted to the ground, and only her projected image may move around. If the image is destroyed, the spell ends, and the original caster can move again. Also, if during this time the caster takes any damage, the image will disappear and the caster can move around again. Otherwise, the image will remain for the duration of the spell or until affected by a dispel magic or anything that reveals illusions, such as True Sight. Okay, this is going to be a pretty nuanced discussion of a complicated spell that seems simple on its surface but has some complicated wrinkles around it, and I definitely have some takes here. This is a spell where opinions can vary, and I have some takes. I guess I'll start with just what this is and what the mechanics of it are before I get into use cases and my thoughts on the spell. So what is this? It's the next spell in the series of high-level illusion spells following up on Mislead at level 6. And in a way, it's a little bit confusing that you have Mislead, Project Image, and Simulacrum, because Mislead, although it's creating a clone, is really doing a very different thing from Project Image and Simulacrum. Mislead is an invisibility spell that makes the caster invisible at the same time as creating a clone, which can do nothing except move around and be a decoy. Project Image now switches the high-level illusion spells from being about invisibility or stealth to being about creating a clone for yourself straight up. So, like Mislead, this spell will create a clone of the caster. But unlike Mislead, this spell will not make the caster invisible or convey any invisibility effect. And also, unlike Mislead, this spell will cause the caster to freeze in place and be unselectable and uncontrollable as long as the clone is alive. That is a major, major difference. And we'll get back into how that impacts the use and quality of this project image spell. But we've really switched away from illusion spells being about invisibility or stealth or some like illusion that protects your main character to now just switching to cloning spells, with project image and simulacrum being spells that they're in the illusion line, but they're really cloning spells. So project image, one of the main features of it is that it renders the character unselectable and roots the character in place. The caster is not stunned, but the caster is out of your control as the player. Like, for example, a rigid thinking spell. A mage that has cast project image will just stand in place, not stunned, but will just stand there doing nothing for the duration of the spell. There are a few things that will get rid of the image and cause you to be able to retain control of the mage that casts the spell. The first is the image dying. The second is dispel magic being cast on the image, not on the caster, right? So that's very important. You can cast this spell and have a dispel magic go off on the image, but not on the, and that would end the spell magic on the image. But you can cast the spell and have dispel magic go off on your actual character, the mage that casts the project image, and that will not end the spell. That will not cause you to regain control of the mage that casts the spell. The two other things that will end this spell and make the image go away are True Sight being cast by an enemy mage or cleric with either the image or the original caster within range, and also the caster taking any damage. So if the caster takes any physical or magical elemental damage, any type of damage while the spell is active, then that will immediately make the image go away. So some of these are similar to Mislead. The trigger with the caster taking damage is new. That makes sense because this spell, unlike Mislead, puts the caster into this unselectable state and roots the caster in place. Obviously, the major step up or difference from Mislead that in theory would make this spell much, much stronger is that now the clone that's been created comes out with your full spell book. Whatever spells you have memorized at the time that you cast project image, the image will have. That does not include spent spells, right? So if you have cast almost everything in your spell book and then you cast project image as a last resort, the image is only going to come out with the few spells that you have. The next thing I'll discuss as far as mechanics of this spell is how stacking project image works with the other similar illusion spells at high level 6, 7, and 8. So that would be Simulacrum and Mislead. So the projected image that you get via this spell, Project Image, can itself cast Simulacrum, Project Image, or Mislead. That is, you can select the spell and try to cast it, but nothing will happen. The spell will simply not have any effect. So you cannot do some type of infinitely recursive cloning where you project your image and then the image itself casts Simulacrum, Project Image, or Mislead. The spell will just have no effect. You, as the caster, the original flesh and blood mage that's casting these spells, can cast at the same time and have active at the same time Mislead, Simulacrum, and Project Image, all three. You would just need to make sure to cast the project image last in the order of 3 spells, because that's the one of these 3 spells that will cause you to lose control of the mage. So if in theory you cast Mislead, then Simulacrum, and then Project Image, there would be 4 different clones, or 3 clones and 1 original mage. There would be 4 mages on the screen. There would be the original mage, which by virtue of the project image is not selectable or controllable, but is invisible via the mislead spell. There would be the simulacrum clone. There would be the project image clone, which can cast spells but not attack. And there would be the mislead clone, which can neither cast spells nor attack. It sort of reminds me of like the transmogrifier from Calvin and Hobbes, or duplicator from Calvin and Hobbes. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, read that comic book where Calvin creates 10 Calvins and they all try to skip school, shout out in the comments. But that's what these spells end up looking like if in theory, for some reason, you wanted to use all of them at once. So let's talk next about what the project image clone can do. As I've mentioned already, it cannot attack, it cannot do physical attacks. However, the image will have your complete spell book, and it also will have all of your items, to the extent that those items are either in your quick slot or quick use slots, or they are items that can be accessed by clicking the backpack icon along the bottom menu, because they're equipped items that have usable abilities. And that's an important point. In the base game, without SCS, the image will have all of your expendable items, your single-use, daily use items, like wands, helms, staff of the Magi with its spell trap once per day. And to the extent that you haven't used those items on the main character at the time you are in the character casting the spell, at the time you cast the project image, the image will have access to those charges, and the image can use those items without actually depleting them from your real world inventory. This would include scrolls as well. So in Extreme Cheese in the base game, you can give things like level 9 spell scrolls. Like you can give a time stop spell scroll to your image and have the image then always be the one to cast the scroll, and you could use it an unlimited amount of times. As many times as you cast project image, you could use that item. This is obviously extremely cheesy. This is corrected in SCS, I think, it is corrected in SCS. I'm saying that I think this is the proper way the rule set should work. In SCS, the images cannot use single-use items. They just don't have access to them. They can't use them. So that makes more sense. The image would then just have access to your spellbook and not your items. In the base game, the room for cheese through project image and using items is sort of unlimited. You could give a thief with use any item a scroll of project image and scrolls of wish and simulacrum, and then create multiple clones of the thief or cast wish repeatedly as a thief. You could put a bunch of powerful limited use items like Baylor's Helm or the Wand of Polymorphing, Wand of Cloudkill, Ring of Gax, Staff of the Magi, Staff of Domination into the inventory of the image and use them without draining the items. For wands, maybe less valuable because you can always sell and rebuy wands to recharge them. But other items that are 1 use per day, you're never going to get more uses out of them. So this would be the only way, this and Simulacrum would be the only way to get more uses out of single-use items like that. Okay, let's get back to the mechanics of the spell here for a second. So the other thing to discuss with respect to items is, will the image have the same passive bonuses from items like magic resistance, spellcast improving, etc.? The answer is yes. the image will have all of the benefits of the equipment that you're wearing at the time you create the image. So that's pretty big. The image is going to be created with all of the spell casting time reducing benefits of, say, Vecna or Amulet of Power. It's also going to get the benefits of any resistances like magic resistance that are created by the items that you're wearing at the time that you spawn the image. The image also will not have access to whatever contingencies and sequencers that the main casting mage has, right? So if you have a chain contingency, a spell trigger, a spell sequencer up on your mage that casts project image, the image will not come out with all these contingency and trigger spells and then be able to let loose with those spells without depleting them from the casting mage's spell arsenal. Of course, you could always cast project image and then have the image itself put on a chain contingency or a contingency, and that will work fine. So the image has the ability to cast contingencies and spell sequencers and triggers, but will just do so as the image. The image doesn't inherit the ones that you have off of the main mage. I think I've now covered everything about what the image can and cannot do. Oh, one other thing. The image, just like the mislead image from level 6, the projected image will not have its own vision, and that's just like any other summons. So this is another situation where having select all keybound or using the select all button at bottom right will come in handy to you. If you ever use this spell and your image runs off out of line of sight of any of your party, then you can use select all to select the image just like any other summons and direct it to come back into vision. That vision limitation is totally appropriate for a spell that's this powerful and could be totally busted depending on how you use it, which I'll get more into in a moment here. So I think that covers all of the mechanics and a few of the use cases for this spell. You're going to create a clone of yourself that will have your spell cast time reducing items. The clone's going to come out naked, but and not buffed up, right? That's what I mean by naked. The clone's going to come out wearing your equipment. The clone's going to come out completely not buffed, but will have the ability to buff itself, as well as cast any other spell and use any item that you can activate without going into your bag. So quick slots or items that can be activated from the bag icon outside of the inventory screen. In SCS, the item thing is not true, but otherwise the spell is the same. Okay, what's not to like here? This seems totally broken. This seems like an unbelievable spell. You can double your entire spellcasting book. You can use items that you couldn't out of your own inventory without depleting them. This seems like an amazing spell. And there are some people who would say this is one of the strongest spells in the game. The only thing I can say to those people is that they must not really be focused on avoiding dying because this spell is a spell that will kill you. It will kill you, both in the base game and with SCS even more so. This is a spell that is like a couple other of level 7 spells, like Cacofiend, for example. This is a very double-edged spell that can make you much more powerful, but it also is quite likely to result in your death if you use it enough times. And the theory of this spell is amazing, that you get to double your power. There's all these cheese options that you have available to you. But in practice, when I use this, I find myself getting extremely frustrated at the incapacitation of the mage that casts the spell and all the dangers that puts the mage into, which I think outweigh the benefits of this spell. I'm not saying this is a bad spell. I'm saying it's very double-edged, and if you use it enough times, it will kill you, and that just makes it impossible for this to be like one of the best spells in the game, and I end up not using it hardly at all for this reason. So let's talk about why this spell is so double-edged and why it's likely to result in your death if you use it enough. So first off, I should say that I'm not really going to assess this spell on the basis of its quote optimal use, which is that just like Mislead, with Mislead, you would do this with the clone that you create to maintain your invisibility. With Project Image, it's the other way around. You would do this with your casting Mage. You just put the Mage, put yourself in the corner of the map, cast Project Image, then send your Project Image out across the dungeon with the rest of your party or with a Wizard Eye for vision. And you could, in theory, play the entire saga with your main character just standing in the corner, never actually seeing an enemy, looking at a wall, and sending the image out to fight every battle for you. This would not work in battles where enemies are casting True Sight, which is many high-level battles. But for a lot of dungeons, for a lot of encounters, all the way through TOB, you could theoretically play the game this way, relying on Project Image and just putting your mage character in the corner and sending out the image to solo encounters with spell casting. That, I talked about that strategy with Mislead. That, I think, is across the line of cheese. To me, that's, if you're going to do that, you could do that with any number of summons. You could try to play all of BG1 by leaving your mage invisible in a corner and using summons from the Wand of Monster Summoning to go attack enemies or skeletons. You could try to do that with Mordenkainen swords. You could do it with Planetars at higher level and just send the Planetars across the map. At that point, you're not really playing Baldur's Gate, in my view. You're playing hide in a corner and send summons out to fight battles. And it sort of doesn't matter whether the summons that you're sending is like a Planetar or an image of yourself. It's super cheesy. It's not that fun. So I'm not going to bake that strategy into my assessment here. I guess if you really wanted to play that way, that it would be pretty tedious. You'd be casting Wizard Eyes all the time. You would have a real tough time getting through any battles with enemy mages that have True Sight, and the game just wouldn't be that fun. It's sort of, I don't think it's an intended mechanic of this spell to play that way. So let's consider using Projected Image in a more intended way, where you're using it, you're somewhat in the vicinity of the fight, you're at least not totally across the entire level staring at a corner, and you're using the image to get access to more items, or to not deplete items in your inventory, or to get access to extra spell slots during a fight, right? That would be the non-total cheese theory of this spell, and why it would still in theory be a very powerful spell. The problem with this is that you are putting the casting mage in huge danger by having the casting mage, as soon as the spell is cast, come out of your control and be rooted in place. And sure, one of the things that breaks the spell is the casting mage taking damage. So you would think, okay, aren't I then going to be protected? Because the second that I take damage, the PI is going to go away and I regain control. Well, not quite, because of the way that battles, whether it's base game or especially SCS, but the way that battles play out for Arcane casters in BG2 and TOB, by the time you're taking damage, you are pretty dead already. You're pretty dead. In most situations, you're in deep trouble. What you're relying on as a mage in SOA and TOB is all of your spell protections, all of your resistances, and keeping those protections up, because you have very few hit points, and enemy AoE and physical damage is insane by the time you get to late SOA or to TOB. And especially with SCS, where enemies are dropping Comets and Dragon's Breath and Abby Dalzims all over you all the time. If you ever get debuffed, then you're a moment away from getting one-shot killed by one of those AoE spells. So what can happen, and what has happened to me many times when I've tried to use this spell, is that the Project Image is up, but my main character that casts the project image, even if I'm towards the side of the battlefield, will get hit with a dispel magic or some other debuffs, a dispel magic, or a move magic, a greater malison, and I won't have taken any damage, but I'll be in a position where the main character is extremely vulnerable and has no buffs up, and then some AoE damage or some enemy that sees through invisibility will come up and kill the main character before I can do anything to get rid of the image and regain control. This is a real thing that happens. It's a serious threat, and it's a big drawback in practice of using this spell. The simple reality is that just losing control of your character as a mage and not being able to rebuff yourself and not having this spell break upon the casting mage getting dispelled or otherwise debuffed is horrible. So I think this is a spell that has a lot of cheese potential. It's powerful for extending your spell book, but it also is going to be a death sentence for you in late SOA and TOB, where you have lots of physical attacks that are doing tons of damage and lots of AoE spells that will one-shot kill you, and enemies casting dispel and remove magic at you all the time. I guess I have to talk about rating this spell now. It's really hard to rate such a double-edged glass cannon spell on a numeric scale. My temptation is to rate it quite low just because I try to do no reload runs, and I stopped casting this spell, full stop. I stopped using this spell because it had resulted in me dying too many times. So if you're doing no reload runs and you're really obsessed with not dying, then project image is like really not that great a spell. The risk is just too great. It doesn't matter what the reward is. If there was a spell that insta-killed everything on the screen, but there was a 5% chance it would kill you, then you would never use it in a no reload run. And this project image is, that's more extreme, but it's along those lines. On rating this, I'll have to stick to my experience and the fact that I just don't use this spell hardly at all. I'll rate it a 5 out of 10. That's one worse than Mislead. With Mislead, you get a permanent improved invis, and critically, you still get to totally control your character. So you can rebuff yourself, you can protect yourself while the image is around. That completely wins some fights, and importantly, Mislead will never result in you getting debuffed while you can't control your character and then dying. So project image, in my book, it just has to be worse than Mislead, even if the clone that you're creating is very powerful because it comes out with all of your spells. If you're playing with SCS or with double damage, then as I said, I think the rating is even lower than a 5 out of 10. The risk of dying in those circumstances because you can't control and rebuff your character is even higher. If your strategy with this spell is that you're using it to maximum cheese potential and all you're doing is sitting in the corner of the map, then sure, I guess this is an 8 or 9 out of 10 type of spell, but I'm really not factoring that into this review. As I said, if you want to play that way, then you could do that with any summons. Next spell is Protection from the Elements. This is an abjuration spell with a duration of 1 round per level, a cast time of 7, AoE is 1 creature, no save given it's a buff. When the spell is cast, it confers 75% resistance to all elemental attacks, such as fire, cold, and electricity, whether magic or non-magic, from spells, weapons, wands, breath weapons, etc. The effect of a Protection from the Elements spell lasts 1 round per level of the caster or until dispelled. So this might be a bit controversial, but I actually love this spell and I use it a lot. I think it's one of the better level 7 spells. We've already talked a lot about how great resistances are to have, especially at higher levels. These resistances are what's going to protect you against high level magic, against weapons that have on-hit elemental damage effects. And resistances are what is going to allow you to spam AoE damage spells like fireballs, lightning bolts. Incendiary Cloud is a big one at level 8 around yourself without killing yourself. We have to compare what you get out of this spell to what you get from the resistance spells at lower levels. Generally speaking, the resistance spells at lower levels are going to be much longer duration than this at 1 round per level, and they're going to confer 100% resistance to the specific elemental damage type that they cover, right? You get acid, electricity, fire, cold, and protection from magic spells that all confer 100% resistance, but only one type of resistance per spell. What this level 7 spell is getting you, it only confers resistance to fire, cold, and electricity, not acid or magic protection. But it gets you 75% to all 3 while only taking up 1 spell slot. And the two types of resistances that you're not getting here, I think the lack of getting those resistances out of this spell is not a big deal for the following reasons. First, missing out on acid damage resistance is just not a big deal because acid damage is super rare. You're realistically never going to cast protection from acid on yourself and use, I think that's a level 5 spell, and use a level 5 spell slot for that. So missing out on the acid resistance is not a big deal. Electricity and fire are the 2 big ones, and fire is number 1 by a mile. So you are getting fire and electricity and cold via this spell. When it comes to magic damage, which is the other type of damage that this spell does not get you immunity to or any percentage resistance to, I think you're going to want to be using level 6 protection from magical energy to get yourself to 100% magic damage resistance anyway. Even the level 8 spell, Protection from Energy, which gets you 75% fire, cold, electricity, and magic, I think is inadequate to protect yourself against magical damage in particular because of how hard Abi Delzim's hits and your own desire as a mage to be able to freely spam skull traps around yourself and not injure yourself. Having 75% magic damage resistance is just not that great because of the amount, the magnitude of damage that magic damage type dealing spells, namely Abi Delzim's and Skull Trap, can do. So I think there's actually a nice synergy where you take protection from the elements and you take protection from magical energy, and that gets you to 75% fire, 75% cold, and 75% electricity, and 100% magic damage resistance. And that's a good combo. Why is that a good combo? Well, I find the real reason that the level 7 version of this spell as the one-stop shop with the shorter duration and only going to 75 is just fine for most uses, is that it's really easy to combo this with items and innate resistances to get up to 100% fire, electric, and cold resistances. There's just many different spells and items and innate abilities that will get you between 0 and 25% resistance to these different damage types. Armor of the Faith will get you 25% if you're a dual mage cleric, or you're casting protection from the elements on a cleric or a druid in the party. Sorry, druids don't get Armor of the Faith. Paladin, cleric. Gift of Peace, the Helm, gets 20% elemental resistances, so you're at 95 with this spell. Helm of the Rock gets 25% elemental resistances, so you're at 100% with this spell. Druids' innate resistances are 10% to elemental damage, so you're getting to 85%. If you're wearing a fire ring and then you cast this spell on top of yourself, now you're over 100% fire resistance. There's lots of examples. So if you're getting 75% from this spell, then there's going to be many ways to get yourself up over 100%, especially for fire resistance, which is the most important type, the most common type of elemental damage, and the one where it's most important to have 100% resistance. So the reality is with this spell, you're able to have a one-stop shop here for getting yourself and a lot of your party to 90 to 100% plus elemental resistances. And that means preserving a lot of lower level spell slots in spell levels where those spell slots are pretty useful to you, even as you get to late game. Like level 3, where you have protection from fire, is it better by the time you're in TOB to have 3 extra remove magics or skull traps that you can drop inside an alacrity, or need to continue to stock protection from fire at level 3 because you don't want to take protection from the elements? I think it's better to have the level 3 spell slots, and especially considering that this is getting you electricity and cold resistance as well. The other knock that you could have against protection from the elements is the duration versus the lower level spells. The lower level resistance spells, which have great long durations, usually 1 turn per level. This is only 1 round per level, so 1/10 of the time. I find in practice, though, that by the time you have a lot of level 7 spell slots, such that you're taking protection from the elements, it's late SOA, it's TOB, you have access to Wish to refresh your spell slots pretty soon, and you're probably resting pretty frequently, just because unlike in BG1 where you just have a bunch of random encounters, or you're walking through the wilderness and running into enemies, late SOA and TOB is all about these set fights where you know you're going to have a big fight, you know it's going to require you to buff yourself to the max and use every resource, and it's usually not going to last more than the 1 round per level or 20 rounds that you would get out of this spell by the time you're a high level caster. So between alacrity, refreshing your spellbook with Wish, and the fact that your encounters are much more predictable in timing and you have so many more spell slots, getting spells that are super long duration just becomes a little bit less powerful by the time you get to late game. It's still great, sure, but by the time I'm in late SOA or TOB, I'm finding that it's pretty easy to cast protection from the elements on myself regularly. And if I do cast a protection from fire at level 3, I'm resting, or the fight is over long before the spell would wear off. So in practice, the shorter duration, it's a disadvantage, but I don't find it to be disqualifying for using this spell. And that's the most true by the time you get to TOB, where every fight that's a big fight, you know exactly when it's happening, and the goal is to have the maximum spell slots available going into that fight, which using protection from the elements will do versus using multiple different spell slots to cast fire, cold, and electricity protection. So I just find myself using this spell a lot. Oftentimes, as the player character, I have one item that's going to make sure to give me 25% plus fire resistance, and then I'm casting protection from the elements on top of that, plus protection from magical energy, and that's getting me 75% cold, 75% electricity, and over 100% fire resistance, and over 100% magic damage resistance. And that's just a very good pool of resistances for only 2 spell slots taken, one at level 6 and one at level 7. At level 7, I've been saying this all along, but it really is a grab bag. It's not like there's an Abby Delziem's here. There's not even a spell of the quality of like a level 20 plus Skull Trap or a very high level remove magic at level 7. Those are all the way down at level 3 spells. Level 7 is like a utility kit, and I find that it's just easier to give up one level 7 spell slot and cast one spell than to cast many different resistance spells at lower levels. So do like this spell. I'll rate this spell a 7 out of 10. The next spell in level 7 is Ruby Ray of Reversal. This is an alteration spell with a cast time of 5, AoE of 1 creature. No save, given that this is a anti-spell protection spell. When the spell is cast, it dispels 1 spell protection of any level affecting the target creature. The spell is affected by Ruby Ray of Reversal are Minor Spell Turning, Minor Globe, Spell Immunity, Globe of Invulnerability, Minor Spell Deflection, Spell Turning, Spell Shield, Spell Deflection, and Spell Trap. This will always remove the highest level spell protection affecting the target. If more than one same level protection is active on the target simultaneously, one of them will be randomly chosen and dispelled. The target's magic resistance, if any, does not affect this spell. So this is the next level of anti-spell protection spell. I'm going to, as I go through talking about Ruby Ray of Reversal, I'm going to end up summing up in this explanation everything I think you need to know about spell protections and anti-spell protections in this game, which is the most complex area of Magic for sure. In the past, as I've come across these anti-spell protection or spell protection spells, I've sort of commented on them in a vacuum, sort of like being in freshman year of college where you don't have to have a major or an overarching strategy. You just take the classes one by one and don't think too much about the bigger picture. Now, we're in level 7. It's time to have a thesis about spell protections and anti-spell protections and which of these spells is good or not. And so I'm going to talk about overall strategy in putting up and combating spell protections, and that will help to really form a precise view of whether Ruby Ray of Reversal is a good spell or not. Because it's easy to just look at this description and say, well, look, Ruby Ray gets rid of one of a spell protection of any level. Okay, that's pretty useful. But to really understand how useful it is and when you would choose Ruby Ray over the lower level anti-spell protection spells, we have to go through the whole detailed analysis. And I'm not going to repeat this when I get to other anti-spell protection or spell protection spells through the rest of the Arcane book, but instead I'll try to refer back to this explanation and have this be the definitive one so I don't have to talk about it in detail again. The sum up, I'll give the conclusion, the punchline first, and then we'll get into all the detail. The punchline is that Ruby Ray of Reversal is a very unnecessary and bad spell in the base game that should not be taken if you're playing optimally. In SCS, the answer as to whether Ruby Ray is good or not is much more nuanced and depends on your strategy. It's stylistic. You can choose one of two ways of playing in SCS, I think. Of course, you can play any way that you want, but I'm sort of talking about my thoughts on power gaming options or maximizing potential of your caster. And of course, it's just my opinion. You play however you want. But I think there's sort of a fork in the road if you're playing SCS. You can either go with a breach-based strategy where you're using breach to take down enemy mage combat protections, or you can go with the remove magic and wish breach-based strategy, in which case Ruby Ray is not a useful spell, not a needed spell. If you're going with a breach-based strategy in SCS, then Ruby Ray is needed. So to sum up the punchline, in the base game, Ruby Ray is a bad spell. You're not going to need it, and I'll explain why. In SCS, whether you need it depends on your strategy and style of play. If you're going to rely on remove or dispel magic because you have high-level casters in your party that can get it off even against tough enemies, then you again don't need Ruby Ray and should not be taking this spell, should hardly be taking it or maybe not at all in your spell book. Only if you're playing with SCS and you're choosing to rely on a breach-based strategy do you need this spell. Okay, let me go through now and get into why exactly that is and optimal strategies for taking down spell protections. So first, let's situate ourselves here in where we are in the full arsenal of anti-spell protection spells and what options are available to you by recapping a little bit the levels we've been through already up through this spell at level 7, Ruby Ray. At level 3, the first anti-spell protection spell in the game came up. This was Spell Thrust, and this is just not a good spell. It's extremely limited because it only works on up to level 5 and below spell protections. So no spell deflection or spell turning, let alone spell trap. This is sort of a BG1 baby anti-spell protection spell that your most common use case is that you're using this against minor globe of invulnerability, but it loses utility very early in the saga. So this is not a good spell. It's the baby version. At level 4, you get access to Secret Word. This is the best anti-spell protection spell up to this point, all the way up through level 7, because Secret Word will work on every spell protection in the game except for Globe of Invulnerability at level 6, which is essentially never used, and Spell Trap at level 9. So you're using a level 4 spell to take out spells up to level 7. There's not a spell protection at level 8, so that's just sort of irrelevant either way. You could say you're using a level 4 spell to take out spell protections up through level 8, but it's really level 7 because there's none at level 8. So Secret Word is a quality spell. It comes at level 4, which is a level where you're going to have a lot of choice as to what you want to take after Stone Skin and improved Invis, because there's not that much else in level 4 that has a lot of late game relevance. So Secret Word is the best spell up to this point, and I rated that a 6 out of 10. At level 6, you got Pierce Magic, which is a combo Secret Word plus a weaker version of Lower Resistance, level 5 spell. That's a quality combo. I rated Pierce Magic a 7 out of 10 because of that combo effect and the ability to stock it as a one-stop solution for taking down MR and spell protections. The other nuance to note is that because Pierce Magic is a level 6 spell, it will work against enemies that have Major Globe of Invulnerability up, whereas Secret Word will not. That said, almost no enemies put up Major Globe, which is why Secret Word is still a good spell. So Secret Word and Pierce Magic, both quality. At level 7 now, we get Khelben's Warding Whip and Ruby Ray. We talked about Khelben's already. It's basically a Secret Word 3 times, and the advantages of that, I won't revisit it now. But that's where we are. Now we get to Ruby Ray of Reversal. And what's new about Ruby Ray? Well, the only difference is that Ruby Ray works to take down Major Globe of Invulnerability, which would block level 4 spells, and Ruby Ray is now the first spell in the game that can take down an enemy spell trap, which is the level 9 spell protection. So that's the only difference. If you're talking about the most common spell protections that enemy mages put up in the base game and SCS, those are Minor Globe, Spell Shield, Spell Immunity, Spell Deflection, Spell Turning. For all 5 of those, there is no difference between Ruby Ray and the level 4 spell Secret Word. The difference is Ruby Ray will work on Major Globe and it will work on Spell Trap. The other difference is if you're fighting Liches who are immune to level 5 spells or below, Ruby Ray will work against them as well, since it's a level 7 spell, whereas Secret Word will not. However, you could say the same thing about Pierce Magic, right? Pierce Magic will get you the same effect because it's level 6 of working against Liches. So the thing that's really new about Ruby Ray overall is that Ruby Ray is the first spell that will take down Spell Trap. Pierce Magic and Secret Word will work for everything else, and everything else includes all the most common spell protections in the game. So without going into any further analysis or the whole thesis of spell protections and anti-spell protections in this game, it's apparent that Ruby Ray is a highly situational spell. In fact, you would never ever take it over level 4 Secret Word and level 6 Pierce Magic unless you knew you were fighting an enemy with Spell Trap and you wanted to remove that buff.
Ruby Ray may as well be called anti-spell trap, because for any other purpose, you could take one of these lower level spells. Okay, now I'm going to get into sort of the greater theory of spell protections and anti-spell protections in this game. And then at the end, we'll return to Ruby Ray and exactly how valuable it is or not valuable it is to remove enemy mages' spell traps. Because again, that's all that Ruby Ray is getting you versus your other options, Pierce Magic or Secret Word, is anti-spell trap. So how good is that? Well, let's get into sort of the grand unified theory of spell protections and anti-spell protections in this game. And I'm going to talk about this from a base game and an SCS perspective. They're very different because of how SCS tweaks spell protections. Okay, so I've mentioned this many times in the course of these videos. I think the optimal strategy against enemy mages is to dispel their combat protections and then kill them with AoE or physical damage. There are sort of three choices as to how to attack enemies. There's single target spells, physical damage, and AoE damage. If you have a choice, you're always going to target enemy mages with AoE damage and physical damage because their spell protections block single target spells very effectively. That means that the goal in combating enemy mages, I think, is to get rid of their combat protections and not care about their spell protections. If you get rid of their combat protections, i.e. their stone skins, protection from magical weapons, resistances, then you're going to easily be able to kill them with physical or AoE damage. Okay, with that in mind, let's talk about how exactly you get rid of combat protections on fully buffed up enemy mages in this game, both under the base game and SCS. The answer is you need to be able to hit the mage with either a remove or dispel magic or a breach. Okay, so let's talk about either of these two strategies in both the base game and SCS. First, if the strategy is remove magic or dispel magic, there's only one thing in the entire game that will block those spells with SCS or base game, and that's spell immunity abjuration. That's the only thing. Level restrictions like Lich level restriction don't work because the game considers remove and dispel magic technically to be a level 0 spell. So if your strategy is remove/dispel magic, you're going to be accepting the RNG of those spells. You're going to be trying to cast them with your highest spell casting party members. But if that's your strategy, then the only thing you need to get rid of, the only spell protection you need to get rid of on enemy mages is their spell immunity abjuration. That's it. Once that's gone, then you can dispel or remove magic on them and get rid of all their combat protections. Okay, so how do you get rid of SI abjuration? That's a level 5 spell protection. So that means it can be taken down with either a secret word or a pierce magic. If the enemy caster has a spell trap up, it makes absolutely no difference in base game or SCS, since secret word and pierce magic, because they don't reach up to dispelling level 9 spell protections, they will simply ignore the spell trap and go straight to dispelling the next highest level spell protection. So in fact, if you're trying to get rid of a spell immunity spell on an enemy that's protected by spell trap, which is the only situation where Ruby Ray could potentially be relevant versus these lower level spells, then Ruby Ray is actually worse than a secret word or a pierce magic, because the Ruby Ray will debuff the spell trap and then that'll be the entire use of the spell, leaving the spell immunity abjuration intact on the enemy mage. Whereas these lower level, supposedly worse anti-spell protection spells, secret word and pierce magic, will ignore the spell trap and will get rid of the spell immunity abjuration. Okay, what does this mean? This means a couple things. So first, it means that secret word and pierce magic are what you want to use if you have a remove or dispel magic based strategy because those are going to get rid of spell immunity abjuration on any enemy mages who have it up. And second, it means that Ruby Ray has no place in any strategy that's based around dispel or remove magic, whether in SCS or the base game. There's just not really a reason to ever take Ruby Ray. You don't care about the enemy's spell traps because you're not using a debuff that will interact with the trap at all. All you care about is their lower level spell protection, SI abjuration. Okay. The other way to get rid of enemy mages' combat protections is through Breach, which is a more reliable spell. There's no RNG. However, it's single target. And that means that, at least in SCS, also in the base game, but much more so in SCS, Breach is going to be harder to get off against enemy mages. If your strategy is Breach, this spell is blocked by a few different things, more things than dispel or remove magic. Breach is blocked by Spell Shield. It's blocked by level restrictions, such as a Lich's immunity to level 5 spells or below. And this is a really, really important difference between the base game and SCS. One of the biggest differences in the way that arcane magic works, and a huge difference in the way that spell protections work. In SCS, unlike in the base game, spell immunity abjuration and all of the spell protection spells like turning, deflection, and spell trap will block Breach. They will block Breach. So spell protections on the whole are a lot more powerful in SCS because they will block, reflect, or absorb Breach, depending on whether they're a deflection, turning, or spell trap. So in SCS, if you want to use Breach as your way to take combat protections off of enemy casters, then you do need to take anti-spell protection spells, plenty of them. You'll want a lot of secret words, and you do need some Ruby Rays of Reversal because Spell Trap will block and absorb Breach. So if you forget about Remover Dispel Magic and that they exist in the game, and you also have to assume that Wish Breach doesn't exist in the game. If you forget about those two things and you only ever use single target Breach, then in SCS you will want some Ruby Rays to take down spell traps. However, in the base game, there's simply no interaction between Breach and spell trap. Unlike in SCS, in the base game, Breach will simply ignore spell trap. Breach is a better spell in the base game for that reason, and spell protections are a little bit worse, including spell trap. So in the base game, if you have a Breach-based strategy, you again don't care about Ruby Ray, and you again don't care about taking down enemy spell traps, because you'll just cast Breach on a mage that has all of their spell protections up, and it might be blocked by a spell shield, but you could just cast it twice. There's no interaction between the Breach and the spell trap is the point. There's therefore no reason to ever use Ruby Ray if you have a Breach-based strategy in the base game. Okay, that was the sum up of the different strategies to take care of enemy mages. I've talked about Wish-based Breach a couple times, just to explain exactly what I'm talking about there. The level 9 arcane spell Wish, one of its options is to cast Breach on all enemies in the area. That Breach will go through and ignore spell protections. So I would put that in the camp of a non-Breach-based strategy in SCS, because in SCS you can use a combination of Dispel and Remove Magic and level 9 Wish Breach to dispel enemy combat protections and never have to care about Ruby Ray. It's just one other option that you have other than having to use single target Breach spells on enemy mages. Hopefully that makes sense. Now let's return to Ruby Ray and where Ruby Ray fits in the strategy of combating arcane spell protections, if at all. The summary is that Ruby Ray is only relevant in SCS, not the base game. In the base game, it just doesn't matter. And in SCS, it only matters if you're going with a Breach-based strategy. That makes the spell overall highly situational, and this guide in particular and the ratings that I'm giving are based on the base game. In the base game, Ruby Ray is just not a very good spell. Let enemy mages have their spell traps. Who cares? Who cares? If your strategy was to go after enemy mages with single target magic, that was a horrible strategy to begin with. And I guess if that's your strategy, you're only going to kill enemy mages with like Fingers of Death, then sure, stock up on Ruby Ray. That's a horrible strategy. Don't do that. Instead, use Breach, use Remove Dispel Magic, and then kill them with physical or AoE damage. If you're doing that, you don't care about spell traps. You don't care. They don't combat anything that you're doing. So let the enemy mages keep their spell traps up and just die with those traps up. In SCS, this spell, Ruby Ray, is a bit better for the reasons I've discussed. In SCS, this would be more like a 4 or 5 out of 10 spell just to counter spell trap. That's its only use, so it has to be, one of the quality but situational ratings, which on my scale here are 4 or 5 out of 10. But it does have a place if you like a breach-based strategy in SCS. In the base game, there is really no reason to take Ruby Ray. It's one of those spells that you have to go through all this analysis to understand why it's irrelevant. But once you do, it's clear that it is. Just don't take out enemy mages spell traps ever in the base game. There's no reason to do so. And in the base game, I will rate Ruby Ray of Reversal a 2 out of 10. Not something worth taking. Next spell, Spell Sequencer. Spell Sequencer has a permanent duration because it'll stay available to you until you use it. Cast time of 9, AoE special, sort of like the caster's brain, no saving throw. This spell allows a wizard to store 3 spells and activate them all at the same time from her special ability button. All spells must be of 4th level or lower. To create a sequencer, a mage must memorize not only Spell Sequencer, but also the spells she intends to store in it. A sorcerer can store spells of any level for which she still has spell slots. After casting Spell Sequencer, the player will be prompted to choose the sequenced spells from those she has memorized. A sequencer lasts until activated and once used, releases its spells immediately, no casting time. The special ability icon also disappears until the next time a sequencer is formed. A wizard can possess only one Spell Sequencer at a time, and it may not be given to other characters. Okay, this is now the highest level Spell Sequencer. Following up on after the prior one, you're going to get Spell Trigger at level 8, which is even better. But this is the second in the progression of spell sequencers and triggers in the game. This follows up on the minor Spell Sequencer that wizards got as a level 4 spell. Minor Sequencer only allowed storing 2 level 1 to 2 spells, so it was really limited in what you could do with it, and I rated it a 4 out of 10. Now with the regular way Spell Sequencer all the way up here at level 7, the spell has become a lot more powerful. First, you get to source 3 spells in it, not just 2, and second, more importantly, the spells can be of any level up to 4th level, which really opens up some very strong spells that can be put in here for the toughest fights. So what are some specific ideas on how to use this? You can go full damage with 3 times Skull Trap. You could put a Skull Trap, a Fireball, and a Lightning Bolt in here if you wanted to hit enemies with multiple types of damage that they're less likely to resist. You could send out a strong debuff to begin the fight by putting 3 times Remove Magic or 2 times Remove Magic and 1 times Greater Malison in here. That's super powerful because of the RNG nature of Remove Magic. If you're anywhere close to enemy spellcaster levels and you're using 3 times Remove Magic in a sequencer, then you're probably going to dispel every enemy in the AoE. If you find it tedious to reload this before every fight and use it offensively, then you can keep it around defensively as an oh crap button, and you could put a Stone Skin, Improved Invis, and a Mirror Image in it as an example. Or you could almost guarantee that you're going to hit some strong AoE save to negate debuffs, like you could put 3 slow spells or 3 confusion spells in here, and
almost guaranteed that unless enemies are immune to those effects, they're going to be hit by the effects because they're getting hit by 3 spells at once. I did test out whether it's possible to put a Malison in here plus 2 debuffs and then have the Malison hit first, lowering the enemy saving throws, and then the debuffs hit, so that you're basically creating a built-in -4 saves penalty. And unfortunately, that's not really possible, simply because for whatever reason, the game makes the Malison projectile, that little shiny ball, just a little bit slower than the shiny ball from other debuffs. Perhaps this is intentional to avoid Malison being more powerful by being able to be put in a sequencer. If you ask me, the Malison should move faster, and then you could do cool stuff like put Malison in here with double blindness or double polymorph other and have the Malison hit first, followed up by the polymorph other. That would be pretty cool. But that's not possible because from what I can see, the debuffs will hit before the Malison if they're all put in a sequencer together. That doesn't mean that makes that a bad sequencer combo, but you're just not going to get this desired effect of the saving throw penalty hitting before the save to negate spells that you might put in the sequencer. Overall, like the other contingency or spell trigger spells, there's no reason not to take this spell. It effectively gives you 3 extra spell slots in your mage book, and it can make probabilistic spells like Polymorph Other and Remove Magic super powerful. I use this for big fights or to keep a defensive stash in here. I don't maximize the spell by constantly resting and refilling it. I guess this spell would be more powerful if you were willing to go through the tedium of filling it up before every single fight in the game. It's just not that realistic. It takes a little bit of time to add spells in here. You probably then want to rest, or ideally you're resting to get back your 3 spell slots. You're not going to do that every time you're fighting average enemies, but for some tough fights, or to have this around as a no crap button with some defensive abilities in it, this is useful. I was originally going to rate this a 7 out of 10, but the reality is that as soon as you have access to improved alacrity, the value of this spell does go down quite a bit, especially because almost all level 1 to 4 spells will be instant cast with Vecna and Amulet of Power. So there's not a huge difference between alacrity and Vecna, which will send out, where you can send out an unlimited number almost of 1 to 4 level spells instantly, and the spell sequencer, in which you can send out 3 instantly. The spell sequencer will still allow you to get some extra spell slots, so it's nice to have on your characters through TOB, but by that time, I'm using it more for the defensive side, because offensively, Vecna, Amulet of Power, plus improved alacrity is going to do the same thing, but better with no 3 spell limit, and obviously you can cast above level 4 spells. This is a quality spell. Not much else to say about it. If you have some other ideas for cool combos to put in a spell sequencer, go ahead and put them in the comments below. And I'll rate spell sequencer a 6 out of 10 spell. Quality spell. Next, spell turning. Spell turning is an abjuration spell. Duration of 3 rounds per level. Cast time of 7. AoE the caster. This powerful abjuration spell causes the spells cast against the wizard to rebound upon the original caster. This affects a total of 12 spell levels, including spells cast from scrolls and innate spell-like abilities, but excludes the following: area effects that are not centered directly upon the wizard, as well as area effects that are stationary, such as Cloud Kill and Stinking Cloud. As long as the spell is cast directly at the wizard, it will be reflected back upon the caster as long as there are levels remaining. For example, if there's only 1 level left and a 3rd level spell is cast at the wizard, the spell will be reflected while canceling the spell turning. This spell will not protect the caster from Dispel Magic, but it will not be dispelled by Dispel Magic either. Before I forget, let me again correct something in the spell description. this statement that it excludes area effects that are not centered directly upon the wizard is very misleading. Spell turning, like all of the other spell protection spells, like except for the globes and spell immunity, but spell turning, like spell deflection, like spell trap, and the minor versions of spell deflection and spell turning will not protect you against AoE spells of any kind. This will only protect you against single target spells. So just had to correct that about the spell description before I got further into talking about this spell. This is the last of the, quote, major spell protections, and this is the second to last spell protection in the entire Arcane book before spell trap at level 9. Spell turning, I love this spell. This is one of the first spells that I'll take at level 7. I'll always have at least one of these, more like 2 or even 3, memorized on all of my Arcane magic users, and this is a powerful spell. I'll get into why. So we saw a version of spell turning earlier in the spell book at level 5 with minor spell turning. Minor spell turning had a bunch of limitations that made it not very good. It only reflected 4 spell levels, and it only reflected spells of level 4 and below. Those are huge limitations. Those limitations are now totally gone. It's gloves off. We're at level 7, and we have here full-fledged spell turning, which reflects 12 levels at a minimum, and there's no level limitation. So spell turning will reflect back single target spells on the caster of any spell level all the way up through spell level 9. So let's talk about how the spell works. Again, we talked a little bit about this when we went through minor spell turning at level 5, but to recap here, this is a reflection spell for single target spells. It will reflect single target non-AoE spells other than anti-spell spells like Ruby Ray, Secret Word, etc., which will dispel the protection. Breach has a special rule set where in the base game, Breach ignores spell protections completely except for Spell Shield, which blocks it. And this includes spell turning. In the base game, spell turning will not protect you against Breach. It won't reflect it. There's just no interaction. Only Spell Shield will. In SCS, as we were just talking about under Ruby Ray, in SCS, spell turning is way more powerful since spell turning will reflect Breach back onto the caster. So this spell is even better in SCS than the base game. Spell turning will reflect 12 spell levels, but the tail rolls over, just like with spell deflection at level 6 and the minor versions. So for example, if you cast the spell, then you have 11 spell levels cast against you, and even if the next spell cast against you is higher than a level 1 spell, it will still get reflected. The spell description went through this a bit as well with the example of a level 3 spell being reflected back even when there's only 1 level remaining. But that works for spells all the way up to level 9. So the maximum levels of spell protection you can get and spell reflection you can get through spell turning is 20 levels. If you have exactly 11 levels of spells cast against you, you reflect all those 11, and now there's a level 9 spell cast against you. You'll reflect that spell, the spell turning will go away, and you actually got 20 levels of protection. If you recast spell turning at any time, even if you already have an active spell turning spell up, the spell turning will refresh to the full 12 levels of protection. 12 plus levels of protection. And as far as enemy spells that come at you, setting aside anti-spell protection spells, so the single target spells that this spell will reflect, the order of operation for those spells hitting your spell protection is that they will hit the spell turning first, then spell trap, and then spell deflection last. So these 3 effects, spell trap, spell turning, and spell deflection, are all additive, and spell turning is the first line of defense. So in theory, if you really wanted to get back memorized spells through spell trap,
then you should not cast a spell turning on yourself, because the spell turning will catch enemy spells first before the spell trap does. Because these spells are all additive, to refresh from our discussion of spell deflection at level 6, if you have both turning and deflection up, you're getting at least 22 spell levels of protection, 10 from the deflection and 12 from the turning, and probably a lot more, maxing out at 38 levels of spell protection. So I love to combo these two spells and have them both up at the same time on all my arcane casters. If you put spell deflection at level 6 and one spell turning on, you're going to have 22 to 38 levels of protection against single target spells. You basically become immune to single target spells through the use of these two spells. There's one other nuance about the way that it works that adds to the strength of the spell, and that is that when you reflect spells back at their caster through spell turning, the spell that you reflect all of a sudden turns into like this super spell that will actually go through and ignore any spell protections that the caster has on. So for example, in SCS, as an example, where spell turning reflects breach, and this actually has happened multiple times, in SCS, if a cowled wizard that has spell turning and spell trap up, all these spell protections, if a cowled wizard casts breach against you and you have spell turning up, the breach will come at you, it will hit the spell turning will reflect the breach, and now on its way back, the breach spell turns into like a super spell that ignores all of the spell protections of the cowled wizard and can get rid of the cowled wizard's own combat protections, even though if you cast breach against the same wizard, it will be blocked by those spell protections. That's in SCS. In the base game, spell turning doesn't reflect breach. There's no interaction, but this would work for any other type of spell. In the base game, you might have a power word stun cast against you and reflect it back on the cowled wizard that has spell trap up. And because on the way back, the power word stun becomes this special super spell coming out of the spell turning, it'll just go through and ignore the spell trap and stun the cowled wizard. And this does happen in the base game. Enemy wizards will cast nasty single target spells on you and have them come right back and do horrible things to the caster that you could never do if you just cast that same single target spell on the caster, because your cast would not ignore these spell protections. That is pretty awesome. Nothing is more satisfying than having these cowled wizard assholes try to power word stun you and stunning their own asses. That is awesome. Or even having a mage cast a Finger of Death or an imprisonment against you and instead end up meeting their doom because of their own spell. Pretty awesome. How good is this? All the commentary about spell deflection at level 6 applies here. It's really great to protect yourself against single target enemy spells. And this spell comes with the added benefit of reflecting them back on their caster with this added super spell status. You get 12 to 20 spell levels of protection here, which stacks with your spell deflection. The duration is pretty nice at 3 rounds per level. And there's not a single better spell turning spell in the entire game. If you want to have this additional layer of protection against single target spells and the opportunity to reflect them back at your enemies, this spell turning at level 7, is the spell to do it. And if you don't select this spell, then you're never going to have that protection on your mages. So I think this is a pretty great spell. There's not like a clear best spell in level 7, but I think this is it. I generally take this first when I get to level 7 as a sorcerer, and I'm prioritizing casting it because there's always a time in a fight when a bad single target spell is headed at me, and I'm glad that I have spell turning up to reflect it back at the caster. So I will rate spell turning an 8 out of 10. High quality spell. I recommend having it up on all of your arcane magic users when you're heading into any tough battle. Next spell in level 7 is Sphere of Chaos. And we are getting towards the end here. We're going to talk about Sphere of Chaos, which I consider the last real spell in alphabetical order in level 7. Then there's 3 summon spells to close out the level, each of which is a very weak spell. I'll get into why when I go through those, but this video is going to have a little bit of a disappointing conclusion after such awesome spells as Spell Turning, Prismatic Spray, and this one, Sphere of Chaos, which is also cool. But we've got one more good one here. So Sphere of Chaos is an alteration spell with a cast time of 7. AoE is a 15-foot radius. All enemies, and the duration here is 1 turn. That's important, so 10 rounds. All enemies within the area of effect must make a saving throw versus spell every round that they remain in the sphere. If the saving throw is failed, one of the following random effects occurs. And then there's a list of a bunch of effects. I'm not going to read each of them, but I'll get into what buckets the effects fall into. Overwhelmingly, the effects are negative, so this is a spell that is going to harm your enemies. It's sort of like a cross between some minor damage dealing and crowd control and instant kill spells. This is sort of like a mishmash of a bunch of single target save versus spell to negate spells that existed at lower levels. So let's go through the mechanics of what this is. The duration is 1 turn or 10 rounds, as I mentioned during the description. There are 9 random effects listed here, but the way the spell works, I looked through the coding, and the way the spell works, each of these 9 effects has a 10% chance of going off, except for the sleep effect, the unconscious effect, which has a 20% chance. So the sleep effect will occur about 2 times as often as the other things. This is party friendly, which is a very big factor. You could basically never use this if it wasn't party friendly because it has instant kill effects in it and it's AoE and it goes off 10 times. But it is party friendly, so you can drop this on top of yourself all you want during a fight. And second, unlike some other AoEs like Teleport Field, which has a similar animation, but is a very different, much weaker spell at level 4. Unlike some other AoEs, the Sphere of Chaos does stack. So if you stack 3 or 4 of these things on top of one another, these effects are each going to go off however many times you cast it times 10. So if you cast 4 Spheres of Chaos, each enemy creature within the area of effect, each round for 10 rounds in a row is going to have 4 of these different effects randomly go off against it. That is pretty powerful and pretty fun. Although this is a save versus spell to negate, there's sort of a similar thing going on to Prismatic Spray, although to a much greater extent with this spell, that because there's so many different effects, or you can catch many different enemies inside the AoE, and with Sphere of Chaos in particular, you're going to have 10 shots and it stacks on top of one another. Even though save versus spell will negate the effect of the spell, you are going to catch even very low save enemies by one of these effects if you stack this thing and if the enemy is in the AoE for the full 10 rounds. The effects here, I summarized it earlier by saying that these are a mishmash of lower level effects. However, the way that the effects work is not exactly a copy of the lower level spells, disable spells, or crowd control spells that would be suggested by the description. For example, the unconscious effect is not a level 1 sleep spell. So this unconscious effect through Sphere of Chaos can actually put very high level enemies, any high level enemy that's not innately immune to being sleeped or rendered unconscious, will get affected by the unconscious effect that has a 20% chance of going off if the enemy's within the Sphere of Chaos. It's not like level 1 sleep where there's a level cap and once you get into BG2, no enemy is impacted by it. So you can put pretty high level enemies to sleep or render them unconscious with this spell. And that's awesome because an unconscious enemy is effectively stunned, every attack hits against them, and it's going to be very easy to target them down if they're hit by the unconscious effect of this spell. So breaking down the different effects, 2 of them are clearly good for enemies. One that heals enemies 20 hit points and one that hastes them. Neither of those is like a major buff for enemies. By the time you get level 7 spells, lots of enemies are naturally hasted or will be buffed up with haste anyway. And just giving them 1 additional APR is not going to be the end of the world. Particularly because if they're inside the sphere and they're a melee character that's just wailing away inside the sphere, it's only going to be a matter of time before they're hit by one of the more negative effects here. And healing 20 hit points, similarly, by the time you get level 7 spells or multiple level 7 spells, 20 HP is not going to make or break a fight. But those effects are going to be good for enemies. One of the effects is kind of a neutral, which is the random teleportation. We talked at level 4 when we were discussing teleport field about how that can be good. It's only good for meleeing enemies, and it's not a major negative effect. But that's one of the neutral options, or I call it a neutral option. It's still as good as you get from the level 4 version. And then one is bad, but not that bad, which is the bursts into flames. All that one really means is that the spell simply does 3d6 plus 6 fire damage, so 9 to 24 fire damage to the creature, which is just whatever. It's not going to make or break a fight. But the other ones that are listed here, polymorph into a squirrel, confused, paralyzed, disintegrated, rendered unconscious. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the unconscious one has a 20% chance. That's 60%. There's a 60% probability that something very debilitating / insta-kill is going to occur to enemies. And those odds are pretty damn good. So when you stack all this up together, 10% of the time it's a teleport, 20% of the time your enemy gets a minor heal or haste, so a minor buff. And 70% of the time you do something bad to your enemy, 60% of that being something very bad. All if they fail save, of course. The thing that really makes this spell work is the repeating nature of it and the fact that it stacks. This means that you will catch enemies with even with low saves in this thing if they're in the AoE for long enough. If you're a transmuter, then you're crazy because you lose access to abjuration and necromancy spells, so you're a super weak mage overall. But you would get a saves bonus, a -2 saves bonus, or penalty to enemy saves when you cast this thing. So if you do decide to play a transmuter, you're crazy, but you could really go insane with this spell, just casting Greater Malison and stacking Spheres of Chaos on top of one another. You'd probably end up disintegrating many of your enemies, which does destroy items. Got to remember that. Talked about that at level 6. But you're going to do very bad things to your enemies if you apply any penalty to saves, on top of the fact that this thing is going off 10 times in a row. If Sphere of Chaos comes at you, which Liches love to cast this spell in the base game and in SCS, if Sphere of Chaos comes at you or your party, then you better rush to get spell immunity alteration up, or get your save versus spell at 1 or below on everybody in your party. Otherwise, that party member just needs to get out of the AoE, given the 60% chance that something that's either death or close to death, like a stun, is going to happen to that character in your party. Overall, this is a decent spell. It's super fun. The randomness is fun, given that it actually goes off a lot of the time and you get 10 chances. It's party friendly, which is huge. It stacks on top of each other if you have multiple casts, which is huge. It's AoE and you have 10 rounds of it. Pretty cool. One of the better late game crowd control spells. And it's present at level 7, where there's not some other clear winner spell to take en masse, and there's very limited damage spells. There's no Big Daddy damage spell at level 7. Makes Sphere of Chaos even more viable. So I would put this in the grab bag of fun spells at level 7 that they're all about equally strong, and you can have fun, play the game however you want. If you love dropping 5 of these on top of enemies and watch random horrible things happen to them, then go for it. So I'll rate Sphere of Chaos a 5 out of 10. This would be 1 rating higher than Chaos at level 4. It is better than that spell, and not quite as good for the level as Web, which I rated a 6 out of 10. Given the saves penalty, Web has this dynamic of going off 10 times in a row as well. It also is AoE, and level 2 is sort of a wasteland, which makes Web a bit better for the spell level. So Sphere of Chaos, quality spell, do like it, 5 out of 10 rating. Let's keep going. We are now into the dregs of level 7 spells. It just so happens that the last 3 by alphabetical order here, they're all summoning spells. They're all very yet another summons. Feels like somebody said, we just don't have enough level 7 spells. Let's dupe out some summoning spells and chuck those in here, give them different names, and now we're gonna have 3 more level 7 spells. This is sort of like the very bottom of a strong coffee when you're just down to there being coffee grounds in there. Not very good. So the first of these 3, summon Djinni. I'm not sure if Djinni is supposed to have a different pronunciation than Djinni. I think it is when you see it this way, but in any event, summon Djinni, conjuration / summoning spell, duration 1 round per level, so quite short, the same as the Mordenkainen swords. Cast time of 9, long as possible. And with this spell, the wizard can cajole a Djinni, a massive genie with powerful abilities, to leave the elemental plane of air and enter the prime material. The Djinni will serve the caster for the duration of the spell, attacking her enemies. Okay, not much in this spell description. This is a summon spell, so it's all going to come down to what do you get? What is the summons? First thing to note, this spell, it might suggest to you, the description might suggest to you that this summons is immune from Death Spell and Death Fog. That is not the case. Just like Mordenkainen's, just like every other summons in the game up to this point, the Djinni will be killed by Death Spell and Death Fog. The only summons in the game up to this point in the Arcane book that is not killed by Death Spell and Death Fog is the Cacofiend, as we discussed at the very first spell in level 7. So that is a disadvantage of this summons, but one it shares with many others. But the description, I think the Death Spell and Death Fog description might make reference to extraplanar creatures being immune to those spells. That's not the case for the Djinni. Only demons and planetar are immune to Death Spell and Death Fog, and Devas. Okay. So spell description, what does it say? It says that this is a massive creature. Is that true? Let's look through. Okay, massive. I'm picturing 200 HP. It has powerful abilities. Ooh, what are we gonna get? Okay, the stats on this thing. Keep in mind the best skeleton from Animate Dead, which you get access to at level 15, or right 1 level after you get access to level 7 spells. The best skeleton from Animate Dead has 80 hit points and a ton of resistances, including 80% MR. So what do you get from this massive summons? 59 HP, a base AC of 4, a base DACO of 13, 1 APR, low teen saves, so BG1 level enemy saves, and 0 resistances. Okay, so Those stats are obviously quite garbage for a level 7 summons. One thing you can say for the Djinni and the Efreeti, which I'll get to next, that's the next summons, is that for these creatures, if they're not perma-killed, so they're not either petrified or disintegrated or hit with a large attack that eats through their remaining HP plus, the threshold for perma-killing. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Maybe I should check that and come back to it in a later video. But if the Djinni is perma-killed, then the Djinni will just die and go off the battlefield. But if not perma-killed, then the Djinni will turn into a gaseous form that can't be moved around and is invulnerable to all damage and sticks around for about 3 rounds before coming back as the full HP Djinni. So that would be a pretty cool thing, except there's some big limitations. First, you can't move the gaseous form around. You can't control it. So it's very hard to use the invulnerable gaseous form to like soak up enemy attacks or damage. It's probably just going to be ignored by enemies and sit there. Second, the Djinni does have spells, magic, mage spells, which we'll get to in a minute. But moving to the gaseous form and then returning to Djinni form will not restore the lost spells. So if you cast spells, you don't get them back when the thing regenerates. So the only thing that the gaseous form is really going to do is bring back this 59 HP Djinni exactly as it was before it died, but with a little bit more HP. And 3 rounds later. The duration of this spell, or about 3 rounds later. The duration of this spell to begin with is only 1 round per level, or 14 rounds when you get it at level 7. So when you're level 14 mage. So if it's in gaseous form for 3 rounds, probably there's just not enough time before it's going to be unsummoned for this gaseous form thing to happen more than once during the entire life of the spell. So this is not a huge advantage. Of course, to even matter whether this thing is alive or not, it has to be doing something for you in battle, offensively. Compare this to the top level skeleton that you get 1 level later at level 15 that has 2 APR. It's going to hit pretty hard. What does this thing do for you? Well, powerful abilities. That's what the description says. What does that actually mean? The spellcasting inventory of this summons is exactly the same as the level 6 Nishru, and the same as the Efreeti, and the same as the level 7 Hakeashar, which we'll get to later. So each of these 3 summons at the end of level 7 have the exact same spell memorization as the level 6 Nishru. So it's 4 summons with exactly the same spells. Obviously, just a laziness in cloning out creatures, no variety. And as I talked about when we went over Summon Nishru at level 6, the list of spells isn't anything special. You get 2 Magic Missile, 1 Agonazar's Scorcher, 1 Melf's Acid Arrow, 1 Stinking Cloud, 1 Ghost Armor, and 1 Lightning Bolt. So nothing higher than level 3. I never cast this spell in any of my runs, and when I checked it out, I was expecting to see at least something cool like, when you face Djinni as enemies in this game, they spawn with fire shields and they seem to have like an ability to instant cast various fire damage abilities. But that's not the case for the Djinni that you get to summon as a caster. Instead, you don't even get any spell that's as high as a fire shield at level 4. You get level 1 through 3 spells. None of them is gonna really swing an entire fight once you're up at level 14 with access to level 7 spells. So pretty disappointing that there's no variety in the spell casting ability and you don't get many great spells here. The best damage spell that you get out of this thing, Lightning Bolt, is liable to seriously injure or kill somebody in your own party, which makes it very difficult to use. So what do you get overall here? It's a 59 hit point, 1 APR summons with some crappy spells from level 1 to 3 that last 1 round per level. This is way worse than a skeleton, way worse than a Mordenkainen sword. It doesn't even touch the offensive capabilities of the Cacofiend. The supposed advantage over those summons would be the spell casting, but the spells are weak. The cloud mechanic, the gaseous cloud mechanic and the regeneration is kind of cool, but with the hit points of this thing where they are at 59 HP only, the saves being so low and the lack of resistances, this thing will get permakilled a lot. So this is just a bad spell. It's a bad summons, and the only viable ratings for this spell were 1 or 2 out of 10. I ultimately went with a 1 out of 10 because the Djinni in particular is a particularly painful spell when we see that the very next spell, which I'll talk about in a second here, the Efreeti, is literally the same character except it's better in every way than the Djinni. HP, Thaco, duration, saves, resistances, all just marginally better than the Djinni. So if you like this type of summons that can come into the battlefield and turn into a cloud maybe once or twice, cast some crappy spells, and die pretty quickly with its low HP and lack of resistances, then you should just always cast the Efreeti instead of the Djinni. There's nothing to be said for the Djinni over the Efreeti, even though they're both bad. But this one's extra bad. There is no reason to ever cast this spell. It's a horrible spell. Rating 1 out of 10 for Summon Djinni. Next up here, Summon Efreeti. This spell has a duration of 8 rounds plus 1 round per level, significantly longer than the Djinni. Same cast time of 9, and the spell description exactly the same, except the Efreeti comes from the elemental plane of fire. It's the Djinni's twin. I don't know what the difference is in like D&D lore. The summons looks exactly the same, except some of the coloration is a little bit different. I think the Efreeti has like an orange look versus the purple of the Djinni. The stats on this thing, very similar to the Djinni, but with at least one meaningful difference. So 80 hit points, which is a little bit better. AC of 2, a little bit better. Thaco of 11, a little bit better than the Djinni. 1 APR, same crappy 1 APR. Saves are around 10, so a little bit better than the Djinni. 125% fire resistance does come on the Efreeti. So fire damage will actually heal this summons. However, there are still no other resistances. Okay, that stat set, it's a little bit better than the Djinni. It's still not great. Here again, the powerful abilities that the spell description refers to, it's the same exact spell inventory of level 1 to 3 spells. I don't get this at all. This is supposed to be a powerful Djinni with amazing abilities coming from the plane of fire. And the only fire attack that you get is Agonazar's Scorcher, the level 2 spell. That is just stupid. I mean, there would be a reason to cast this if this summons came in with like 3 Sunfires and 2 Incendiary Clouds. Then there would be something to be said for the spell, and it makes sense. It is a fire Djinni. Instead, it comes in with its highest damage dealing spell being Lightning Bolt. Sure, same as the Djinni from the elemental plane of air. Yeah, that makes complete sense. Getting back to what you can do with this, it's really hard to justify it versus any of the other summoning spells at this level, skeletons or Mordenkainens. You have a little bit more HP on this one versus the Djinni, but it still pales in comparison to the survivability of the Mordenkainens and the skeletons. And for offensive firepower, you're still getting the same garbage that you got with the Djinni. 1 APR and these level 1 to 3 spells are just not going to swing a fight or impact a fight in any meaningful way this late in the saga.
ended up rating Summon Efreeti a 2 out of 10. It's not one of the absolute worst spells in the game because you do get fire resistance and some more HP, slightly better stats than the Djinni. But this is just Yas, yet another summons, never any real reason to take it or cast it, and pales in comparison to other summons you have access to by this point.
Okay, next spell. This is the last level 7 spell. Summon Hakeashar. Hakeashar? I think that's how you say this. This spell has a duration of 8 rounds plus 1 round per level, so same as the Efreeti, a cast time of 9. And I'm not going to read the whole spell description. I'll read the first paragraph, which pretty much sums it up. This spell is similar to the 6th level wizard spell Summon Nishru. The Hakeashar, in fact, is a more powerful version of the Nishru with more hit points, better attacks, and immunity to normal weapons. Okay, so go back and look at the level 6 video where I talked about Nishru a lot. This spell is extremely similar to Summon Nishru, more similar than even the spell description would let on. And I'll get into it now. So the Nishru spell description at level 6 said, a magical being of considerable power. And now this description says the Hakeashar is, in fact, a more powerful version of the Nishru. So it's like more than considerable power, right? Sounds very powerful. Well, not quite. Just as with the Nishru at level 6, the spell description here over-advertises the abilities of this summons. The duration here, 8 rounds plus 1 per level. It's going to be maybe 1 or 2 fights. It's similar. It's not that different than the Mordenkainen's at 1 round per level. Unlike the Skeleton Warrior's 8-hour duration, you're not using this summons or really any of these at level 7 to help you get through an entire dungeon. So that's not a great thing. What do you get here as far as stats on the Hakeashar? This creature has 92 hit points, a base AC of 8, a base Thaco of 9. These are all marginally better than the Nishru. It has 2 APR, the same as the Nishru. The Hakeashar has a melee attack, but it does 0 damage. It exists solely to put into practice the anti-magic spell attack mechanic, which I discussed at level 6 when discussing the Nishru. Right, so these creatures, you would only ever use them to attack spellcasters, and when they do make a successful attack, they'll erase one spell from the memory of the creature that they're attacking. The Hakeashar has saves around 10, same as the Nishru, 100% elemental and magic resistance, same as the Nishru, 20% slashing, 50% crushing, 50% piercing, and 70% missile resistance, same as the Nishru. And this anti-spell attack mechanic. Now, according to the spell description, the Hakeashar to the anti-spell attack mechanic adds a dynamic that, in addition to taking away a memorized spell, the Hakeashar's attacks, if they're successful attacks, will drain items. This effect, along with the anti-spell memorization effect, does work through Stoneskin's mirror images, etc. So I guess that's nice. The spell description makes it seem like this ability of also draining a charge from items is a new thing that's specific to the Hakeashar and makes it more powerful than the Nishru. However, that's not actually the case. And I didn't cover this when I discussed the Nishru at level 6, but the Nishru, in the coding of the game, the Nishru actually has the exact same weapon as the Hakeashar. And the Nishru's weapon, just like the Hakeashar's, will drain items with usable charges by 1 each time that the attack is successful. So that's true for both of these creatures, at level 6 with the Nishru and level 7 with the Hakeashar. It's not something new here at level 7. how does this effect work, given that I didn't talk about it at level 6? So the way this effect works is that it will work through mirror images, stone skins, like I just mentioned. It will even work through protection from magical weapons, which is very unusual. Usually protection from magical weapons will stop on hit effects, but this is one exception, maybe the only exception. And what the draining items effect will do is that it will drain all items in the targeted creature's inventory by 1 charge. The only way to protect them, in theory, if enemies were able to do this, they're not because they don't have bags, but the only way to protect them is to put the items in a bag. So if you ever see a enemy Nishru or Hakeashar coming at you and you're worried about this, you shouldn't. You should probably just kill it immediately with a death fog or death spell or physical damage or any other way. But if you're worried, then just take your wands or items with charges and drop them into a bag, and then they won't get reduced. But if they're in the inventory, then the items with charges will be reduced by 1 charge per hit. This is sort of a cool dynamic. I guess it's unique to the Nishru and the Hakeashar. Although when it comes to like actual utility in the game, this effect is just almost irrelevant. The main item with charges that enemies will use is wands, but it would take so many attacks to fully drain a wand in any enemy's inventory. It's just not practical to imagine this as a real strategy. And most enemies, with SCS, there are some enemies that will use like Wands of Frost against you. In Siege of Dragonspear, enemies love to use Wands of Frost against you, but usually the wands start with like 5 charges. So it's just, you're dreaming if you ever think that you're going to completely drain an item out of an enemy's inventory and prevent them from using it against you once or twice through the Nishru or Hakeashar. So it's a thing that exists, and therefore I had to talk about it, although it's almost just completely irrelevant to anything. This creature will be healed by magic, just like the Nishru. It doesn't work for AoE, which is a big loophole. That's triggered whenever the Hakeashar is hit by a single target spell, regardless whether it's a buff or a damage spell / debuff. And this effect won't heal the Hakeashar to full. It seems to heal something like 10 to 20 hit points. So that's another thing that exists. It's another complication of this creature that is just sort of irrelevant in the end. And the spells that the Hakeashar knows are literally the same exact spells as the level 6 Nishru. It's the same exact spells as the Djinni and the Efreeti. It's 2 magic missiles, 1 Agonazar's, 1 Mouth's Acid Arrow, 1 Stinking Cloud, 1 Ghost Armor, and 1 Lightning Bolt. So the same milquetoast collection of level 1 to 3 BG1 level spells that are supposed to be exciting coming out of a summons that you only get access to well into SOA. Sure, great. To sum up, as far as I can tell, literally the only differences between the Hakeashar and the Nishru is that the Hakeashar is alive for 8 more rounds. So the duration starts at 8 rounds instead of being just 1 round per level. The Hakeashar has 20 more hit points, 2 better AC, and 2 better Thaco. That is it. That is it. These 2 creatures are a dupe of each other. So if you love the Nishru spell, I think you're crazy, but if in theory you do, and you want to save like level 6 spell slots for all improved taste, then just take the Hakeashar, I guess. The reality is, this creature is one with a ton of complexity that's designed to be an anti-mage creature, but it still has the same fatal flaw for an anti-mage creature that the Nishru did, which is that it will die to Death Spell and Death Fog. So it's hard countered by the one class that it's supposed to counter. That is a fatal flaw. If you want to summons with a lot of resistances at level 7, or by the time you get access to level 7 spells, the summons that are going to really frustrate mages you can summon would be Mordenkainen's with protection from magical energy. They're going to soak a ton of spells, and they get killed by the same thing, Death Fog and Death Spell. Or level 5
animate dead skeletons, which are going to come in with 90% MR and super low saves. And they're going to soak a bunch of damage spells as well, and only be killed easily by Death Fog and Death Spell. So if you want to fight mages, use those other two summons, which are much better against any type of creature and also against mages, instead of this, next iteration of the same crappy anti-mage summons, the Hakeashar. I'll rate summon Hakeashar 2 out of 10. I cannot say this is one of the worst spells in the game, since at least the summon has some resistances and this unique attack that drains items and spells. But this spell sucks. The summon sucks. 2 out of 10. That's it for level 7 arcane spells. I'll just recap quickly the different ratings here. The best spell in level 7, I rated an 8 out of 10. That's Spell Turning. A spell with a lot of versatility. It's going to protect you from single target spells, which are some of the nastiest, scariest things that can come at you in the game. It stacks with Spell Deflection and Spell Trap, and when it reflects things back, it turns them into super spells that go through spell protection. Pretty cool, versatile spell, and one that I'm trying to take first and cast on all my mages. Protection from the Elements, another quality one, allows you to get lots of people in your party, up to 75 to over 100% resistance to key elemental damage when comboed with items. So it's a one-stop shop for a lot of resistances across your party. Then you have these utility spells that are quality, give you some more flexibility as a mage in Limited Wish and Spell Sequencer. A grab bag of offensive spells here that are all pretty good, and you can choose which of them you like to play with based on your play style, between Finger of Death, Mordenkainen Sword, Prismatic Spray, and Sphere of Chaos. And you have Project Image down here. I rated a 5 out of 10. A spell that's very powerful, no doubt, but also I think for players who try not to die, a spell with some serious drawbacks because it will kill you if you use it enough. Then there's a grab bag of sort of mediocre to bad spells that round out the level, capped off by some of the worst spells and most useless spells that are clearly inferior to other options in Control Undead, Mantle, and Summon Djinni. Thanks for watching this. Drop me some comments in the comments if you disagree, if there's anything you'd like to see done differently, and I will look forward to seeing everybody back for level 8 whenever I get to it.